shine, but now in its present participle, shining, to glow or radiate with reflected light, as in I could see her eyes shining in the flames of the fire, similar to a blaze, brilliant, lustrous, glinting, sparkling, corkscrewing, shimmering, flickering, dazzling, luminous, fluorescent, phosphorescent, incandescent, glossy, smooth. The absence of light ignites a chemical reaction in our nervous system. Pupils dilating, searching for more visibility, alert, 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 and suddenly, directly, it's a flashlight, a tool to see in the dark. Now, please take your phones out, turn your flashlights on, and shine them up here towards me. Ah, yes! Look at us create a moment together to watch me shine, as if to be very talented or perform very well in front of you. Oh, Mr. Sun, Sun, Mr. Golden Sun, please shine down on, please shine down on, please shine down on me. Okay, you may put those away. And then there's shine. As in, I'll shine your shoe, your leather, your metal by rubbing it, buffing it, polishing it, waxing it, taking what is dull into a new state, trusting that beneath the tarnish, the dust, the grime, there is something more. In the labor, in the sweat, in the tears, we have the knowing that without a doubt, the effort will reveal what is beautiful, what is true. And I quote, as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give others permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. Good morning, and welcome to SHiNE 2026, an experience created for leaders who lead with intention, clarity, and authenticity. This is where strategy meets soul, where our goals include not just growth in business, but growth as people who build with heart. I am Abigail Rose, a performer, creative director, and on-camera confidence coach living at the intersection of artistry, embodiment, and leadership. As co-founder and chief creative officer at Blended Sense, I guide business owners and creatives to reclaim their voice, their presence, and their power. My goal is to help transform visibility into a skill and performance into a tool for connection. Now, today at SHiNE, you'll hear from voices who've built groundbreaking teams, powerful influence, high-impact systems, and meaningful connections across industries, from real estate to tech to leadership coaching and neuroscience. You'll walk away not just feeling inspired, but equipped with some plug-and-play frameworks, clarity on your next move, and a renowned confidence to lead from the inside out. We're here to elevate leaders, not titles, and to grow a community of people who refuse to sacrifice soul for scale. We're going to do that today with intention, with curiosity, and with joy. So, now it's time for our first speaker of SHiNE 2026, considered by many as the leading authority on leadership and influence. Rodriguez is a best-selling author, keynote speaker, leadership advisor, and transformational speaker coach. For the last 30 years, Renee has been researching and applying behavioral neuroscience to solve some of the toughest challenges in leadership, scale, and change. As an entrepreneur and CEO of multiple companies, Renee integrates a practical business approach that inspires his audiences to take action. Through his keynote, boot camps, workshops, and proprietary Amplify course, he helps us own our backstory to build the frame for not only a unique value proposition, but also a beautiful picture of life. So make sure to check out his book, Amplify Your Influence, and the signings happening during our breaks today. Get ready for a powerful, thought-provoking, and authentic leaning into courage and grace. Please warmly welcome with me to the stage, Renee Rodriguez.
Good morning. You guys hear me okay? The microphone's working?
Yep.
Good?
Yep.
Yes. I am originally from Miami, Florida, and moved to Minnesota when I was about 7 years old. And so, to give you a little bit of background, my mother is by far the most inspirational person in my life, and she's actually a former nun. But my favorite part of her story is that she's not a nun anymore. Thank God. Yeah. And she didn't stop being a nun because of me, which would have been a good story. But she used to hate it when I told that story. By the way, those who didn't laugh, we'll display these on break, but thank you so much. But no, growing up with a mother who's a nun is different. See, she had a simple goal in life. I say simple, but it wasn't so simple. It was global peace and community. And when you grow up with somebody like that, life is just a little different. You look through the lenses very, very different. And growing up in Miami, Florida, it's a very different environment. I mean, you walk into a room of people you know, the first thing you do is you walk around and you kiss everybody that you know. Very normal, and you get a chance to know more people. And as time goes on, you can't just leave. What do you have to do? You walk around and you kiss everybody as you leave, and it takes you 3 hours to leave. It's sort of the opposite of the Irish exit. It's this thing that takes a long time. And that was very, very normal for me. And then I moved to Minnesota. And yeah, the awkwardness you feel right now, imagine that times 10 in Minnesota. You walk in and people just kind of look at you that way. And so here's what I want you to do. This is our first lesson. And this is sort of the challenge I think that we all face. I want you to pay attention to how you're feeling right now. And you might not even put a category for how you feel right now, because this might feel normal to you to walk into an event and feel exactly this. But we're going to do something in about 30 seconds, and we're going to have something to compare that against, which might make this moment make more sense. And so I want you to pay attention. In fact, if you would stand up. And I want you to look around, and I want you to notice how you look like a bunch of pencils. Okay? And you might even catch some of what we call fig leafers. And if you don't know what fig leaf is, think of what Adam and Eve used a fig leaf for. Probably not. By the way, I'm going to tell jokes, and you guys are going to laugh. Just because it's cold and it's warm, we're going to get there.
I just can't hear you very well.
Can't hear. Okay, we can't hear in the back over there. So we're going to try to fix it. Show me hands if you cannot hear me. Testing 1, 2. Okay, no, it's okay. I'm going to work so I appreciate the feedback. So take a look around. Notice that you look like a bunch of pencils, okay? And so here's what we're going to do. I want you to pay attention to what you notice in the room right now. We're going to do a little bit of work on the AV here. And then I want you to do one thing. I just want you to introduce yourself to 3 people that you do not know, okay? 3 people you do not know, and then we'll come back. Ready? Go.
I'm Matt. Nice to meet you, Matt. Where are you from? Here, Austin. Okay, awesome. Temple Button. Temple Button. Okay, cool. Chris,
That's all we got. That's twice a year. That's twice a year. And have a seat of community. And let's say, if you hear me. All right, perfect. There we go. Jeez, real good. I love it. Good. So what did you notice? What do you notice? Look around the room. What do you notice?
Energy's higher.
Notice how sloppy you were, first of all. Okay? Like you're here. Now, I'm going to ask this question. What do you notice is a difference? And I asked a lot of questions. You guys will talk. Okay. What do you notice is before and now?
More energy.
energy.
Less tense, lighter, keep going.
Relaxed.
Personal.
Relaxed.
Friendly.
What was that?
More friendly.
Or friendly. Any others over here?
Happy, excited.
Happy, excited. So here, less tense, more excited, friendly. How important are those things in the learning environment? And everything, right? And see, that's one of the first lessons I learned about the human brain. See, was it 33 years ago? I asked my mother, my mother asked me the question. She said, Renee, look around this room and tell me what everybody here has in common. And I looked around the room and I was trying to figure out skin color, what they were wearing, where they were from, and I couldn't figure it out. She said, Renee, everybody in this room has a brain. If you understand how the brain works, life just becomes easier. And that sparked something inside me, because I remember as a kid, so when my mother left the college, she started working with migrant labor in Southern Florida. And when you work with migrant labor, the first thing you notice is that there's not a lot of energy in the room. And you walk in and it's sad. I remember going in there, you see people hunched over, there's drugs, alcohol abuse, and the energy was real low. And the first thing that she had to realize was, how do you crack the code of depression before you share an idea? How do you get depression is one way of thinking about it. How do you crack the code of low energy or even tension? And unfortunately, these migrant labor camps didn't have any budgets, so nobody was investing in these places. It was literally slave labor with no change. People opted to be in these environments. But no one's investing. How do you get the energy level up? But she realized there was one thing that was free, and that was the arts, music, song, dance. And so she created a group of street musicians to go in, and remember they called them los callejeros, in Spanish that means the street musicians are from the streets. And when we got the diplomas, there was a singer, there was a flute player, an accordion player. They painted my face like a clown with a pair of maracas, and we'd open these gates up. And the moment they would open up, the people that were hunched over and immovable, they'd hear the song play, and all of a sudden you see them do this, and then this, and all of a sudden within seconds, the energy was higher. Have you ever tried to motivate somebody, a friend of yours, maybe who's depressed? It's like trying to move the molasses. But how many of you having a horrible day and your song, you like this day sucks, everything's going on, your song comes on, you're like, oh, turn that up. And all of a sudden that song just does something to you. And so when we think about just the movement and the connection and the feeling you had before, see, I'm facing the same challenge that you face. I have an audience that is distracted. I have an audience that is stressed, that has clients that are calling. Right now, there's an onslaught. Billions of dollars are being spent to capture the most valuable thing that you own, which is your attention. And that, I can talk to you about influence all day long. We talk about change and opportunity and sales tactics and how to shine and all that stuff. But if you're not paying attention, if you're over here while the answers are over here, it doesn't matter. And right now, 30-some years of doing this work, I am so focused on several things, and one of those is attention. I'm going to stack these ideas. So by the end of this, I hope you walk out of here haunted by what you learned today. But we got to talk about attention. And I can intellectualize attention and the reality that we think we're paying attention, but we're not. Or we can just play a little game. And I want to play a little game. Let's play a little game tomorrow. Yeah. All right, perfect, good. So now this is a little ADD game, because I know a lot of real estate agents in here. So I want you to stay with me. Follow bounce the ball. We'll see how well you pay attention. All you guys do is follow along. What I do is real simple. Your hands out in front like this with your thumbs up. It's a pretty simple exercise. You can just fall, take your thumbs and put them down. Do it. Perfect. Just do it. And then right hand in the air. I see some left hands. Right hand. Okay. Now cross them over like this. This is the hard part. I need you to interlace your fingers like this. Make your right thumb out. Right thumb. The right thumb. I see some left thumbs. Okay, right thumbs out. Now point your fingers out like this. And then tap them together. Okay? And if you've been paying attention, like watching everything that I do, you should be able to do as I do next, which is this. Okay, so now, so let's analyze what just happened. Let's analyze what just happened. Now, it's a fun party trick. This is the one question I got. Renee, great science stuff, but how do you do this? Let's analyze what happened. Somebody said, well, you change your hands. Well, of course I did. But did you see it? You were paying attention. But were you paying attention? So one of the things that I've learned is the difference between vision and attention. We have a big visual field, but our attentional field is very, very small. In fact, in our visual field, and auditory, all of stimulus, we're taking in 11 million bits of information per second. It's 11 million, 11 million, 11 million, 11 million per second. But your brain can only process about 40 to 50 of those 11 million. 40 to 50. So right now, we're talking about, like, you're in real estate, or maybe you're in insurance, or whatever it is that you do. But forget competition. You got 11 million bits of information competing for the attention of the person that you want. And how are you going to be part of this tiny little group here? And all I had to do was move your attentional field, which is this tiny little circle, over a couple inches, switch my arms, and you didn't see it. First time somebody did it to me, I'm like, okay, hold on a second. You give me again. I said, well, let's try it. You guys want to try it one more time?
Yep.
Okay, let's try it again. In fact, we're going to do a little different. I want you to grab your phones, but wait, hold on a second. Why don't you grab your phones and place them down, facing down? Okay. Now, I want you to see how well you remember. Picture your phone, you open it up, and look at the upper left-hand corner. Can you remember what app is in the upper left-hand corner? Okay, so here's what I want you to do. I want you to follow. I want you to open it up, take a look, and put it back down to see if you were correct. And put it right back down. All right. So if you have the phone, just like, first of all, were you correct?
Yes.
No.
Oh, you got good. Now here's the real question though. If you're a phone like everyone else, the moment you open it up, the first thing you see is the time. What time is it? Some of us saw, okay, good. Most of us, the answer was right here in front of us, but yet we were looking for something else, and we skipped over this. Now that process is really important because we're getting all this information. Whatever the brain chooses or deems to be important is what it's going to see. So we're going to do one more on this one. Okay, let's see if I can get you one more time. But we're going to use a very different tool. Okay, we're going to use the favorite tool of the media. We're going to use fear and panic. Okay, now we could go talk about the neuroscience of what happens to fear and panic and noradrenaline and everything, or we could just create a little fear and panic in the room. Are you okay with that? So she says, go for it. You guys okay with a little fear and panic in the room? See what happens? Okay. We're going to try this. I want you to have your phones up. Put your phones up for me, if you would, please. And I want you to unlock your phone now and hand it to a stranger. All right, let's give our phones back, please, before we get any lawsuits. Phones back. All right, that wants to be here. All right. Phones back before we get any lawsuits. You ever hand somebody your phone to look at one photo and they start doing this? Yeah. It was our anniversary. And to be clear, those of you who just handed your phones and it was no big deal, you're boring. So, like, spice it up. But now, let's go back to what just happened here for a minute, okay? Let's go back to what happened. And all I did was have you hand your phone to someone else, and complete chaos ensued. And nobody was paying attention to what I said. I even gave you a code word for a free phone. Yeah. I just said, look, I'm giving you the answers to life. I'll give you the solutions for solving all your sales problems, life and earth problems, or whatever it is. And I even give you a code for a free book. Anybody remember? Isn't that wild? I was ready to give away books. I was so confident that this was going to happen. I was willing to give away 200 free books.
Yeah, I had my hand up.
Think about that for a minute. So now, let's let go of all of that. And let's look at the reality, the terrifying reality that our attention is that easily manipulated. It is that predictable. And by the way, I've been doing this for 30 years. I am not immune to this. I am as susceptible as you. But the media is saying, hey, look at this. Well, this is happening over here. Competitors say, hey, look at this. Well, this is happening over here. Whatever doom scrolling says this, while this is happening, it is constant. And We have to start stepping away from what's going on if we have any desire to influence into the world, to communicate an issue, something, an idea that people will actually hear. As much as I want to get into the science, if we don't solve this problem of attention first, it's not going to happen. So now, we're going to set attention aside for a minute. We're going to talk about the second word. Because we have to understand influence. First of all, let's define influence for a minute. For me, there's lots of different ways, lots of different approaches, but for me, it's to understand influence. I look at a philosophical approach. Okay? Let's think of influence as the idea. Let's remove influence for a minute. Okay? We're removing. You walk in a room and no one notices. You tell a joke and no one laughs. You sell a product, no one buys. You share an idea, no one cares. You cast a vision, and no one follows. How do you feel? Give me words.
Deflated.
Defeated, terrible,
Deflated.
invisible, unheard, frustrated. Think about that. Loser. My word is insignificant. And so let's play that word up. Insignificant. I'm in a meeting and I feel insignificant. First question that comes to mind is, why am I in this meeting? If I'm in a relationship feeling insignificant, I'm asking myself, why am I in this relationship? If I'm at work feeling insignificant, I'm saying, why am I work here? Imagine walking around life feeling insignificant and questions that start going. See, I believe the lack of influence is one of the worst of human experiences. Because the moment we lack influence, we realize that we have no impact, the first question that comes to mind is, what is my purpose? And that was my first realization that influence and purpose are hand in hand. So let's bring influence back. I walk in a room, people notice. I tell a joke, people laugh. I sell a product, we're buying. I share an idea, they love it. I cast a vision and I watch people line up and follow and come to an event. What feeling comes to mind now? Awesome, everything. Significant. Meaning I put something out to the world and the world responds. If you pick up a remote control and you hit it and it's not working, what are you going to do? Check the batteries. You check the batteries, put back in the batteries, and it's not working. After a while, you just set the remote down. But what if your life felt like that and you just stopped trying? Part of the process of feeling significance is about having an understanding influence. And so this is so much more than a sales and marketing strategy. This is about understanding your purpose and why we're here to see the impact we can have on the world. So now, to understand that, we have to go to a different word. This word is narrative. And to understand, a narrative is something, we have all heard the word, in fact, it's becoming very popular here recently. But when you look at the neuroscience perspective of narrative is a construct of reality. We use narrative to store anything at the beginning, a middle, and an end to construct our understanding of reality. And so if you think about it, from ages 3 to 4 is when narrative starts to play the initial role in our life. We start categorizing our understanding. Dad's hungry, beginning of the story. He washed the fridge and consumed something. Middle, he's not hungry anymore. And when hungry, engage in that narrative. Pretty simple. Well, Dad had a bad day at work, beginning of the story. Goes home, yells at the kids, yells at Mom, kicks the dog. Middle of the story. Mom makes him a sandwich. So when upset with what life, take it out on those you love, and good things happen. So these narratives, they don't have good or bad. They're just processes and sequences. And when you realize, in fact, chapter 3 of my book is sequences everything. You start realizing that life in the brain doesn't in essence respond to logic, it responds to sequence, to context. Another way of saying that is syntax, the order in which things happen. And you can tell somebody, it's like we know in a brainstorming session, or if you tell somebody feedback, you don't just say, you sucked at this, you sucked at this, but this was okay. You start with words, it was nice, they call it fruit sandwich, right? And you say, you were great at this, you could improve this, but I really love that. As cliche as it is, it's still following the sequence of how the brain understands things. And we understand that when we're communicating things, there's a sequence to things. And so when we think about narrative, the best way to understand narrative is this feeling that just came over you right now. So let's talk about this feeling. I want to know what happened. What do you have? I was sitting here talking, and what happened?
We were wondering if you're okay.
I wondered if I was okay. Cool. I want to hear the rest.
Stroke.
Was it soon? Okay, good. This is good. What was that?
I was wondering if you're distracted.
If I was distracted, what was that?
Good marketing strategy.
That's a good strategy. Okay, good. Like any others? I want to hear the stories. Squirrels. What was that? Say it loud.
It looked like
Looked like I saw something. What was that over here? Pattern interrupt. Okay. So let's take a look at what just happened. All I was doing, we're in this narrative, and by the way, you need to memorize this. A narrative is a construct of reality. I need you to all say this because this is like critical for me. A narrative is a construct of reality. Okay, so here's the narrative line. We're here at this event, we're at the SHiNE event, we're ready to speak, it's all good, and it just stops. And then pick back up again over here, and we're left with this gap in the narrative, which is also a gap in what? Reality. So what did your brains do with this gap?
Filled it in.
We filled it. With what?
Our own ideas.
Ideas, what else? History, what was the A word? Assumptions. You filled it, I'll just abbreviate that real quick. You filled it with an assumption. I made a mistake of abbreviating this one time for a 3-hour keynote and I had ASCAP behind me. So you filled it with some level of assumption, right? And so now let's break this down even further. If reality is reality, why didn't you all come up with the same assumption constructing the same reality?
Because it's filtered through our.
But I thought reality was reality, but you're onto it. So let's test that out one more time. Okay, so let's say we all work for the same company and our CEO doesn't show up for a meeting. And somebody over here goes, John didn't show up again? Okay. So I'll probably get another yacht. I don't know how many yachts he needs. That's one way to fill the gap. But somebody over here says, wait, hold on, John didn't show up, let me call and see if he's okay. Another way to fill the gap. So here we have the same event, one assumption going to greed and a yacht, another one going to empathy and concern, constructing two coexisting realities. But again, isn't reality reality? You get it with reality. You're not dealing in reality. We use these terms as if it's some stagnant understanding stake in the ground that is end all be all true. But yet you're proving that we have multiple realities. Somebody thought I had a fee, somebody thought I was having a stroke, I was distracted, I did it on purpose. All of these stories ensued. Why? Why couldn't your brains handle the gap? Because it's a gap, not in just the narrative, it's a gap in what? Reality. And so the moment the gap happens, your brain goes, hold on, I know what's happening, we context everything, this is what's going on. And fills it seamlessly, so creating a seamless understanding of reality and understanding of the world. Here's the problem. Why didn't we all come up with the same reality or assumptions? Because we had different sources. So there's a source of the assumption to fill the gap to create the reality. So when that dawned on me, and I said, brother, this is what I do for fun. I ask these questions. Well, why is that? Well, what the hell is that? And I sit there for days, if not weeks, if not months, if not years. And when you think about it, if the reason we had different assumptions is because of the sources. Maybe in this analogy here, this person tried negotiating with the CEO last year, and the CEO said, we don't have the budget. Next week he's on his phone, on his yacht taking selfies. So that was the source of that assumption. Or maybe this person over here knew his daughter was sick and in the hospital, and when he didn't show up, that story was the source of the assumption. Now during COVID is when I tested this idea, because we lost everything, right? No communications, no in-person gatherings, no travel. And so in my colleagues and I was starting to think about how many gaps are starting to be happening now. How many assumptions are being made going forward? And think about this. 50 years ago, most people died very close to where they lived, and where they lived. And then we started advancing. So if you went to the grocery store, you saw people eat workers. You went to get a haircut when I needed haircuts, the people next to you there. Kids were coached by your boss, probably literally. There was all of these reps that we had with people that we worked with. So I knew the nuances and the quirks and the spacing and the timing and the syntax that was involved in my relationships. I really knew people. And then we started advancing in technology, communication, and sales, technology, communication, and transportation. And we start willingly moving further and further away from these once tight-knit communities, creating more and more gaps. Yeah, we have these technologies. I know my team signed in right here. Look at this. I've seen how many applications, this and this, and that. Yep, good. I run 4 territories right here in my pocket. But do you really know that? Do we really know? And so what happened was this, all of these gaps started happening. How many gaps do you think happen on a daily basis? Too many to count, I'd say. And what happens the moment there's a gap? What happens? Say it. We make an assumption. And the moment we make an assumption, it fills in the gap. So really our understanding of reality is based mostly on what? Is this terrifying you yet?
Yeah.
It should. And it should also excite you. Because if we choose not to look at it, I promise you, there are people more than happy to be the source of your assumptions. In fact, that's what the race is about in politics and media, in competition. Why I wrote a book, that's why I do this. I want to be the trusted source of the narrative gaps in your life so that when something happens, you look to me. I'm a parent. How many parents are in the room? How many of you want to be the trusted source of the narrative gaps of your kids? You want to, hey mom, hey dad, I'm about to do this drug, is it smart? Hell no. Okay, thank you. Versus, you don't know what you're talking about, mom, dad. My friends said it was okay. That's called the nightmare moment, parents. That's the nightmare moments for leaders when they stop looking to the leader for that trusted source of where we're headed. It's what happens when the strategy is clear, when the trust isn't there, when the story isn't told. There's only one solution to this, is if you can be the trusted source, well, the question is how? And the only way to do this is to share your story. If a leader shares their story, like daughter was sick, that story becomes the source of the narrative gaps in the relationship. But yet, if we're like, oh, we don't share story, business and personal, it's different. You're forcing people to choose their assumptions from their own stories, and I promise you, they're not going to be all that nice. So again, we got a little bit of time here, so I want to give you an example of what this is like. But I'm going to need a volunteer, but before someone volunteers, I need to put some parameters in place here. Okay? I'm going to take away do not want on stage. I don't want a ham. I don't want somebody that can't wait. I'm going to need that microphone too, by the way. I'm going to need a microphone. I don't want somebody, the handheld mic? Yeah, perfect. I don't want somebody who can't wait to get on stage. I need somebody who, number one, is terrified to be on stage, but legitimately, okay? Somebody who doesn't feel like they have much of a story. And somebody that is going to allow me to coach you on stage. It's okay failing, quote unquote, and then rebuilding to do that. So, who's willing to try? I saw, I'm using a point and a hand. Have you seen me do this before?
Me?
Yes.
No.
Wonderful, come on up. What do you think?
Suzanne.
Suzanne, welcome. You come up here, hands are frozen. Thank you. On stage. Suzanne, what do you do?
I'm referring to you say it's here.
Okay, very cool. Okay, so why don't you take center stage? And I'm going to take this from you before first, because we're not going to use that right away. Wonderful. All right. So now, light travels faster than sound. So we visually see people before we hear them. It's not fair, but that's just how it is. So right now, I said take center stage, and we've got options, right? So you're standing center stage, and we're here. That's what we got so far. It's pretty good. How you feeling?
Very nervous.
Very nervous. Good. That's awesome. Is it fun?
A little.
A little bit fun? Okay, good, good. All right, what you got? A few, okay. All right, so right now, light travels faster than sound. So right now, she has choices of how she wants to stand up here. I have one video right now that's obnoxious. It's so simple and stupid, but yet it has over 35 million views on this little idea that we're gonna share with you. So if we're standing next to each other, and I don't speak, you really don't know who to pay attention to. In fact, the number one question I get is, what do we do with these things? Their hands on stage. Where do we place them? What do we do with them? And so I'm gonna make one small shift, and where do your eyes go? To me, right? Do the same thing. Now where do they go? To her. So what you get? It's kind of stupid, isn't it? Right? I mean, like from here to here, and all of a sudden, it's there. This is a universal signal that I am ready to play. I am more prepared. I'm ready to go. If I was playing basketball, would you throw me the ball? Right? Now you throw me the ball. And so if you think about life and business in that sense, it's sort of the same thing. And so what happens? Put your hands up in the zone again. Do it. This is what we call the influence zone between your belly button and your eyes. So as soon as your hands are in this place, this is a more expressive place. It's much more commanding of attention. Now, I'm not saying stay in this position. This is cool. No, we don't want to figure it. No, they're good. And so we want to be in this home base, but now I want you to kind of just use your hands. Move on. All right, so do one of this. And get a floor quick. Because so now, there's something big. I want you to go like this. And say, it's so great to see all of you here.
It's so great to see all of you here.
Good, nice. Now take your hands and turn it back. And say the same thing.
It's so great to see all of you here.
Feels a little different, doesn't it? So now cross your arms. Take a step back. Say, I'm super open. No, one forward. Now say, I'm open to all your ideas.
I'm open to all your ideas.
We've seen this leader, haven't we? Right? And so now what's happening is that we know that communication verbally is one piece, but our body is communicating something else. So there's content and delivery. And so you get into things deeper, things like pathos, like the energy and the passion. So my content would be, I'm really excited to be here. Yeah, I'm really, really excited to be here. So I'm saying the content, but my body's communicating something else, or I am so excited about a 2026 financial plan. Like really, really excited about a plan. It's really super exciting. And so we know this, I'm saying all the right words, but you're paying attention to all of this body movement. And so we have to make sure we do that. So now we've got self-soothing big leap behavior, right? It's getting great, right? Right? So we say, don't ever do what you do with a child. Don't ever you rock a baby to sleep. You don't ever do that thing. So do this. And this is kind of here. So I want you to go through. So now, here's the cool part. Chance to go like this. I'm taller. People think that size is presence. I want you to take a quarter step forward and watch how I just disappear. Isn't that wild? All of a sudden, just that little movement, the depth of field, and all focus went to her. And so if I don't like that. Yeah, so now, so you see this whole thing unfold. So now you understand some basics. I'm going to give you this microphone. Ready? I'm going to ask you 3 unfair questions.
Okay.
Okay? Who are you? What do you do? And what makes you unique?
Suzanne Kreider, chain manager for Heineken USA, and I am loud and funny and obnoxious.
Perfect. All right, so now we're gonna rate influence on a 0 to 1 scale binary. 0, you're moving away from influence. 1, you're moving towards influence. And if it's an it's a 0. What would you rate that? 0 or 1? What are we rating it? Good, it's a good audience. In Minnesota, we're in Minnesota, we're like, oh my God, it's a 1. And then we go away like, do you see how horrible that was? So we got a good Texas audience here. It was a 0, and here's why, because we're going to show what 1 looks like in a second. Okay? So I'm going to ask you a very different question. I want you to give me 3 words that make you unique. Words that are important to you.
Honesty,
Okay, honest.
empathy, and love.
Beautiful. So now, would you say that these words represent your values, honesty, empathy, and love?
Yes.
Wonderful. So now, the reason why I ask that question is because if they represent our values, we can trace that back to a little bit of neuroscience. The neuroscience that our values are formulated between the ages of 9 to 13. And if I know that you've been honest, loving, empathetic person, not since last week, but for a long time, is that correct? Perfect. So we know this has been a behavior trait of yours for a long time. So the question I want to know is, who was around and what happened during that age of 9 to 13? And when we ask that question, 2 stories come up. One of 2 types of stories. Either what we call a lighthouse story, meaning somebody who was in her life that represented, first of all, pick one of these that means a lot to you right now. Empathy. So somebody in her life was a lighthouse for empathy, and they shined the way and she followed, or what a lot of us have is a foghorn. Somebody that lacked empathy, and that created the heaviness and the darkness and that feeling, and created darkness for her, and she said, you know what? I don't want someone to feel that way around me, so she became the light. So who was around age 9 to 13 with a lighthouse for a foghorn? Okay, so what I want you to do is, who was it?
My
Okay, so big mom or dad? Yeah. Okay. So you do it great.
Thank you.
Okay. Take a deep breath, and I want you to tell us a story about Dad and how he was a foghorn for empathy. And your first words are, I remember when.
I remember when my dad would come home, he would expect dinner to be on the table, and if it wasn't done, then there was a lot of screaming and why did it need to be done, and then some other things would happen.
Okay, so surface level, but we all felt, how many felt this? Yeah. Right, okay. So here's the crazy part. How many of you feel more connected to her now? Show me hands. Mm-hmm. It didn't have to be some flash presentation. All we needed was a dose and an ounce of just an ounce of vulnerability, and the human system connects. So it is possible. I want to go a little deeper, but can you give me a time? And you don't have to go into the last part detail, but maybe whatever you feel is there was this one time. And I want you to paint a picture of what's going on. But what you feel is appropriate, you don't have it, you don't have it.
Okay.
You do that. And so there was this one time.
So there was this one time that my dad liked for his plates to be warmed. So my mom would put the plates in the microwave. So when dinner was served, the plates were warm. And one time, she forgot to put the plates in the microwave, and all those plates got broken.
How did it make you feel? What did you feel at the time? What was going through your mind?
Fear, out of control, some empathy, sad, like, it's just freaking plates.
Yeah, yeah.
Food long.
At some point in your life, you made a decision. What was that decision?
If that's not the family environment that I have, or the way that I was going to act.
And so I'm going to assume that in your family, there'll be a cold day in hell before that ever happens.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Do you see how you can feel someone's values through what they will not tolerate? Brand, values, a lot of times brand is what you will not do. That's one of the first parameters of what happens, right? So the SHiNE event, very clear about why we're here. This isn't a place to rah-rah. This is a place to feel like you belong. As one of the, we hear Elizabeth's story and how this whole idea came around. We'll come back to that in a minute. So now, I'm also going to take a wild guess. What would you say your title was at work?
Senior chain.
Senior chain manager. I'm guessing if you throw plates around, you tell people like, the paper, if the corner's crinkled, you throw it in their face.
No.
No, I'm assuming that you run a very tight ship around respect, empathy, and honesty.
Absolutely.
So I want you to finish this sentence. So as I started working in my career as a leader, I decided to illustrate your leadership idea in terms of what is important to you, what you will not tolerate. That I will never get people to feel that way about me.
As a leader in my career, I've always tried to be very open and honest, also helpful, and make time for people if they need it. Because that's the way I want to be treated, and that's the environment that I want to create.
So now we're almost there. Okay. How you feeling?
Good. Man.
And so here's the thing.
I haven't fallen on stage.
And we're gonna want you to hear this way. Okay, so let's hear you. So first of all, how many of you feel connected to that? Okay. And isn't it wild? Some people think that you need polish in presentation. I train speakers all over the world. And I say polish, nobody wants polish. What we want is congruency. We want a congruency. There's a congruency. So when we're excited, we want to feel like you're actually moving in the same direction. But then when we get an ounce of your story, now we know the bigger picture of who you are. And there's substance to the message. Because she came out and said, I believe in creating great environments where people feel comfortable where we work. We go, so do we, cool story. But if she were to come out, somebody says, who are you, what do you do, what makes you unique? Instead of following that process of being obedient to the process, like, this is who I am, this is my name, this is what I do, and I like to be loud and scream a lot, jump around, right? So, by the way, they call it the question trap. Most people don't push off the questions they ask. We still feel compelled to answer the questions that are asked of us, and the person asking the question is leading. So, in essence, we feel compelled to let someone lead us down a path they didn't respond into. That's why we have to be careful of the questions that are asked of us, because they're not usually in our favor, and they're usually not thought through. And so we have to be okay. So it says, who are you, what do you do, what's unique? You say, you know what, growing up, I had a very interesting childhood. My father was somebody who liked things a very certain way. When it came down to having the plates heated up to a certain temperature, things done a certain way, a house clean, and if it didn't go his way, well, let's just say that he made it very clear that it wasn't going to happen again. And growing up with that, and I know I'm not the only person in the room who grew up in those types of environments, I made a decision that my family, first and foremost, was never going to experience that level of chaos, that level of you felt blank. But also I realized that it just wasn't about my family. That as I got to the workforce, I realized that, wow, there were a lot of leaders out there that led in the exact same way that my father led. Fear, obligation, guilt. And I decided that that's, if I get into leadership and when I get into leadership, that is not the culture that we're going to create. So now as a senior chain leader at Heineken, we are very clear of what we will and we will not accept in our business. There will be respect, people will communicate, and they will love each other as they work on a daily basis, and that will makes me unique. Feel like you?
Yes.
Yeah, so now, content is there, we have an opportunity to Let's give her a big round of applause. So, if you think about that and you meet her, and she were to behave a certain way, what story is inevitable to filter her behavior through first? It'd be inevitable for you not to realize where she's coming from. And when we share our story and our stories become the trusted sources of those narrative gaps, we get what I believe to be the most important thing anybody could ever get, which is the benefit of the doubt. So often think about how people make those negative assumptions about what we do. But if we can get that benefit of the doubt from a leadership perspective, maybe our clients, it's something like, oh, no, that's not what Renee does, let me ask him. Versus one piece of information happens and it's like, dude, why didn't you just ask me? Or we given that to you. But think of how quickly she communicated who she was without having to say who she was. And the connection that happens. See, we are not our brains are not truth-seeking machines. Our brains are identity-defending machines. The things that we identify with, which is why identity is so critical, which is why this world is in such a crazy shape right now. Politics, the use of media, it's not coming after truth anymore. It's coming after trying to shift your identity and trying to force you into an identity. If I can force you into an identity, one side versus another, you will spend your life defending that. Logical facts go out the window. Emotions take front center stage. That is manufactured, that is engineered. And it's happening right now. And so we need to wake up. So I want to leave you with a final message, a little bit different, because this event, when this first started coming together, Elizabeth and Renee and I were sitting at the breakfast table and you speak on it. And she was talking about, she's like, this idea of where's the table, I want to be at the table, but yet what's not happening? Why not create your own table? By the way, excellent job creating the table. And she didn't want it to be the same type of room. She wanted it to be something different. And I think you felt that when you in here. But I think the big conversation we had is what are we going to do afterwards? Because I think we've all felt coming to an event, we get excited, we make all these big decisions, and we've probably written notes and things you want to do. I've seen you take notes, and then you get out of here and clients start calling and reality sets in and life goes back to exactly how it was before. And I look at that and say, well, what was the purpose? What was the value of the event? No change happened. And so I want to give you an idea. It's a little bit different, but I want to paint you a picture and talk about another word as we end here. So my son asked me years ago, so Dad, what's the meaning of life? I was like, let's talk about that. And I said, well, what do you think it is? What do you think it is? And he said, well, I think it's to be happy. And I gave him, I said, son, he goes, if you think the meaning of life, or the goal of life is to be happy, I think you're going to be sorely disappointed because most of life is suffering and sacrifice. He said, well, it's kind of dark. And I said, actually, I think it's beautiful. I just think we don't understand what suffering and sacrifice really mean in the role we play in our lives. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, let's look at a scientific approach. Surprise, surprise. And let's take a look at what happiness is. We're going to take a look at dopamine, over time. And the pursuit of dopamine, people say is a reward hormone. It's not the reward hormone. It's tied to reward systems, but it's actually secreted in the anticipation of the reward. Reward's here, dopamine is back here. If I can see the reward coming, I get excited. Your favorite food shows up, you get excited, that's dopamine. The vision of an outcome of something really good, dopamine is that cheerleader that keeps you going. So, for example, when we think about the pursuit of dopamine over time, let's say that we set a big goal to achieve the beach home, right? We get this big beach home vision, we go, wow, I can see it. Man, we start putting the grind in, suffering, sacrifice, early mornings, phone calls, all the things we go after, boom, we get the beach home. We got it. Look at this thing. See the water, kids are playing. We worked hard for this. Go right back to the thing that got us here, that laptop, and search for the second beach home. Because what ends up happening, the moment we achieve the goal, what happens to dopamine levels? Plummet below baseline levels. I know so many of my friends and colleagues who've sold their businesses for millions of dollars only to be depressed afterwards. And we all know that. And so, but maybe, you know what, maybe we need a bigger beach home. You know, there we go, we're back in the game, baby. Boom, suffering, sacrifice, early morning, late nights, blah, 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 blah. We got it right, boom, we got the beach home. Shit, no, that wasn't enough. Okay, well, maybe we need a Lambo. Okay, let's go shut it, no, we have a Lambo. No, that wasn't it. Well, maybe we need. And these little moments of quote unquote happiness, realizing that happiness is fleeting. You look at over time, that little dot here, how much time in life does that really represent? Not much. It comes and it goes. 28 years ago, I was holding my first chief executive magazine. I thought to myself, if I could ever be in this magazine, man, life would be so amazing. I had like a whole magazine of my clients that could hire me, and I was like, oh, I just got to be in it. I wrote a book 3 years ago, and I was in Forbes, Fast Company, Inc. magazine, Maxim for some reason, and I also. Keith said they wouldn't be laughing. I go, makes sense, right? And I was also a chief executive. And I remember holding the magazine and I'm going, oh my God, like, I can't do a video. I'm talking to my friends, I got a tear in my eye. I'm like, you might be 27 years from this. Why did they use my fat photos? Happiness, gone. 27 years from that moment? There has to be something more to this. And when you look at your whole life, you say, okay, I'm pursuing this happy for a moment that comes and it goes, and it's just comes and it's gone, comes and it's gone, gone. And what's happening in between the moment of starting the pursuit and losing it is what? Time. So really the only measurement of time is life. And so I'm spending most of my life suffering for something meaningless. Yeah. But then it dawned on me. I think there's more to it, because how many of us have felt at the end of the day we worked hard, we suffered, we sacrificed, we lost money, we didn't gain anything, our fingertips were bleeding, but yet we lay in bed and we're happy, we're smiling. It's actually not even happy, there's a sense of fulfillment and joy and calm because we helped someone. And there's just this calm. There's no logic to it, but it felt purposeful. And so I started thinking, maybe the goal of life isn't to be happy, but maybe the goal of life is to be good at something, to be useful, to be of utility, so that when the floods of life come, I'm the one who built an ark of some sort versus the one who needs a ride. And when we think about that, whatever ark it is, whatever talent or skill or the thing that you bring to the table, maybe it's not money, but maybe it is money. You can write a check and help somebody. Maybe you're suffering and sacrifice relationship, knowledge, and skills so that you have the right words or when you console somebody through a difficult time. Maybe you don't have the money, you don't have the knowledge, but you have the loving and caring heart, and you could just be there and hold somebody when they need it. Arcs come in all shapes and sizes. But I promise you this, we're going to suffer, we're going to sacrifice out here. And then I realized that I never understood the meaning of suffering. Did you know that suffering is the root word for another word that we just love? It's the root word for passion. Passion means to suffer for something. That's why compassion means to suffer with. And we say, okay, so the passion of Christ wasn't some sexual exploits of Jesus Christ. It was his passionate pursuit, his suffering for something he believed. And so we think about the martyrs, like back in the 13th century, passion was used in terms of to the martyrs, people that died for something they believed in. 16th century, they started the sexual side of that idea, or the passionate pursuit of work. But the true essence of passion is to suffer for something. And I promise you, there's not much at the end of suffering for yourself, to help yourself. But I can promise you, if you can suffer and help someone else, then maybe that might be the solution. I get emotional about this because anytime I feel like I stumble upon a truth, it's so damn simple. We've said it, that cliche that goes in and out, in one ear and out the other, that maybe my only goal in life is to be of use so I can serve other people. So if we can do that, gosh, how much easier and more beautiful that could be. I'm not saying don't pursue the big things, do that, but don't forget the service of others as we begin to shine in this world. It feels pretty dark right now. So as we begin our event, and speak as you have, ask yourself, what are you good at? What is your skill? And how can we be useful? And imagine if you were solo in this event, but you had 199 other people asking how they can serve you, and you were part of that 199 for the other people, I promise you this would be a different world. So let's go out there and suffer in the pursuit of something meaningful and make this world an amazing place. Let's have a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you for making us so relevant to this moment that we're feeling right now. What a unique and special time that this is happening. And I want to remind you, this is something that if you are a theater kid out there, you know this, that these people in the room right now, this moment, this will never happen anywhere else again. What we get to experience together here today is special to this right now. And for that, I am so grateful I get to be here. And I'm so grateful you're here. And thank you, Suzanne. Let's give it up for Suzanne. Wow. I hope that Renee helped you crack the code a little bit in your own pursuit to shine today. Well, next up. Well, this next guy is an unparalleled example of discipline in leadership at scale. He's the CEO and founder of Terrence Murphy Companies, a former NFL wide receiver drafted by the Green Bay Packers, a Texas A&M standout. I'm not a Texan, it's okay. And he's taken his competitive edge throughout that history and put it into real estate in a massive, massive way. Since leaving the league, he's completed more than $4 billion in sales and acquisitions, built award-winning development and brokerage firms, consistently ranked in the top 1% of agents nationwide, earned multiple Aggie 100 and Inc. 5,000 honors for rapid growth. But most importantly, he constantly and consistently pours into his community. It is time to give a huge, shining welcome to Terrence Murphy.
How y'all doing? For my eggs out there, howdy. Come on, eggs, y'all better than that. Howdy. There we go. I'm gonna let a couple people come back from the bathroom. So while we're in the transition, I got a couple things I want to share with you guys. But I'm gonna talk to you like we're in the locker room, teammates, friends. Y'all cool with that? Yeah. All right. So let's just stand up real quick. Give everybody around you. Try to get 3 fist bumps real quick with somebody. 3 fist bumps. And say, let's go when you give a fist bump.
Let's go, man. Do it.
Let's go.
Okay.
Fist bumps and let's go. Everybody good on that? Who had the best fist bump in the room? Right here. There we go. There we go. All right, guys. So what I want to talk about a couple things with you. My goal is just to try to pour into you. But really, when I come to events like this, I try to leave with something tangible that I can go execute. That's always like my thought process, like, give me the game, right? Because there's a lot of times people inspire you, but then they don't give you the tools or the breadcrumbs to take the steps that they might take. So my goal is to leave you with some tangible things you can work on and you can execute. But before we get into that, I want you to do an exercise with me. Because as athletes, we really understood the power behind visualizing what you want to do and how you want to accomplish it. So I want everybody to just close their eyes for like 30 seconds. Just hang in. Nobody's going to do anything to you. Nobody's getting in your personal space. So just close your eyes and just walk through this exercise with me. So the first thing I want you to do is take one deep breath in through your nose, Out through your mouth. Let's do that one more time. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Keep your eyes closed. I want you to visualize your top 3 things you want to accomplish and achieve in 2026. Now, as you're thinking through those things, I want you to see them happening. If it's a deal you're working on, if it's a business you're working on, if it's a lake house, whatever it is, if it's a ministry, if it's a nonprofit, see the logo of the nonprofit. See the lake house. See whatever it is that you want to accomplish. Visualize it. Understand it. Bring it into your DNA. So let's take another deep breath. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Think through that second and third dream that you want to accomplish in 2026. All right? So now I want you to open your eyes and write down those 3 things. We're going to go quick. And remember, guys, if it's something that you can achieve and it's not stretching you, that's not really a dream. That's a to-do list. Like, what's something that it's going to take faith, it's going to take stretching, you got to get outside your comfort zone. Like, that's a dream. So I'm going to be talking a little bit while you're writing those down. But when I was 5 years old, I told everybody that was listening that I was going to go to the NFL. And, a lot of people patted me on the head, like, yeah, okay, yeah. Good luck with that. But I really meant that because I had visualized it and I could see it as clear as day. Now, it took 17 years to achieve that dream. A lot of ups and downs. But something that's going to require you to get outside your comfort zone, take some risk, stretch yourself. That's the dream that you need to be writing down. Now, you may be writing it down now, and it may take another 10 to 15 years to achieve it. Or you may achieve it in the next 30 days, but it needs to be something that's stretching. It needs to be something that, if I ask one of you guys to stand up and go through your list, which I'm not, don't want anybody to get nervous, would you feel comfortable saying, like, yeah, that, like, I feel confident standing up in front of this room telling everybody my top 3? Raise your hand if you feel comfortable doing that. Okay, raise your hand if you don't feel comfortable doing that. Okay, let's talk about it. So now you need to think through, why do you not feel comfortable? Is it because you don't want to speak out loud? Or is it that you feel like the dream isn't large enough? Because you want to be able to place where you can speak to anybody about your dreams and know that they're going to stretch you. Here's the thing. If I tell you one of my dreams right now and y'all's face didn't change, then I know my dream wasn't big enough. But if I said something right now and you guys looked at me like, there's no way in hell he's going to do that, that's right where I want to be. I want to be in that zone right there where it feels like, man, this dude's losing his damn mind. Man. That's exactly where you want to be in your dreams. Because, guys, we only get one swing at this. We ain't coming back. And you have this window to stretch and go for these things, and there's a reason why. So, top 3 we talked about. I'm going to give you a quick acronym real quick, and then I'm going to dive into my deck. So I want you to write in your notes, dream, but I want you to do it vertical. So as a column. So DREAM. Everybody knows how to spell dream, correct? I was going to say something that was rude, but I'm not going to do it. I was going to go after my Longhorns, but I'm going to leave y'all alone. My wife's a Longhorn, so sorry. All right, so obviously we dream, right? It takes these things in order to do it. And I'm going to get into my slides. But the D is discipline. There's going to be many days that you wake up, you're not going to want to do it. There was days I did not want to go out there in 100 degrees, and then obviously in Green Bay, y'all already know what that weather was. The last thing I want to do is be catching the football, but it's called discipline. You got to do it when no one else wants to do it. You got to do it when you don't want to do it. And that's also your competitive edge. That's one of the things when I started in real estate. No disrespect to brokers, because I've been an agent for 15 years. Agents were lazy. And I saw it as a competitive edge. If I just outwork them, I'm going to win. So for the R is the routine. What is something that you can do consistently? I think a lot of times where we fall short is we create these fancy, complicated, drawn-out routines, and then we wonder why we can't execute on them consistently. Just try to make it simple. Put it on your calendar, because if it's on your calendar, it's important. So your routine. E is education. Now here's where we go wrong with this part. We all think we gotta go get 22 degrees. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but the best education I've ever had is self-education. Reading books, studying, and figuring it out on my own. And now with technology and AI, like you can get to the answers to the test very quickly. So educating yourself and not making excuses. Well, you know, I didn't get a chance, and I grew up with a single mother. She played no games about excuses. Like, you would get ran over in the house if you made an excuse. So just self-education, like you can get to the answer now so easily. And then the A, anybody want to guess?
Accountability.
Action. There you go. You will never achieve a dream. I say God can't steer a parked car. Like you got to get out on the road and go. You can't be sitting in the garage still trying to rev the motor. Like, go hit it. Go for it. Swing at it. That's why it's a dream. And guess what? Newsflash. We're all going to fail at some point. But it's not a failure if you don't quit. If you quit, it's a loss. If you keep going, it's a lesson. All right? And then M is mentality. The wolf climbing the hill is always hungrier. The wolf climbing the hill is always hungrier than the wolf on the hill. So you got to be always continually climbing the hill. Never get to a place in life where you know it all, you got it all figured out. I don't need to read books, I don't need to learn. I'm successful, I'm one of the top brokers, I'm one of the top investors, I'm a CEO. That's when you're done. You got to keep evolving. And this is how you turn your dreams into reality. All right? Everybody got anything on that? I'm going to do a Q&A again, so I'm going to do these slides real quick. So one of the things I want to talk about today is multifamily commercial JV partnerships. How do you go acquire something? Like, how do you raise capital to go acquire an asset? So before I get into that, I always tell people, it's the same way I used to be. I'm still the same way. Like, I'm not going to listen to anything you tell me until I know who you are. Like, what have you done to be in a place where you feel like you can speak to me? Same thing, like, we would be at Texas A&M and some random person show up. Like, you think I'm listening to this random person about catching the ball in front of 100,000 people, millions on TV, if he's never put on a helmet and done it himself? It's one of the main reasons, honestly, why we struggle with Coach Franchione. He was a tennis player. He didn't get it. I always say we should have left his ass in Alabama. That's another story for another day. But this is just a little bit about my background. I'm not going to get into all of it. There's a whole testimony here that I'm not going to preach to you guys, but man, I just want to say God is good. He deserves the glory. I've come a long way for sure. Y'all can clap. It's all good. So, obviously, $5 billion in sales and acquisitions, 110 companies now in our portfolio that I started, acquired, or invested in. Broker 3, we're at $4 billion and change or whatever, and the list goes on. But the point is, real estate, sports, venture capital, entrepreneurship, franchise. These are just some of the things. I don't have a QR code. I just got back on social media, so I'm on Instagram, LinkedIn. So if y'all need me, you can always hit me up. And I think a lot of times people are blown away when I respond, because I try to always respond. I still get a lot of fan mail, no matter where we move to or where we go. People find me. I don't know how. But I always try to sign everything that's sent to me, whether it's a jersey, or a card, or a photo, and send it back. This is who I am. So obviously Terrence Murphy, and my beautiful wife Erica, who's a Longhorn, but I love her. She passed her fault. We have 3 kids, Tara, Tatiana, and Junior, and we are loving life. So let's get into it. So here's 5 verticals. When you think about like what I'm focused on right now, and really I can't get into all 5, so I felt like real estate was the one that was the most tangible for this crowd. But obviously, from a real estate standpoint, we own 1,000 rental properties. Commercial, my goal is to own 5,000 acres of ranches. We own Starbucks, apartment complexes, the list goes on. Like I said, 110 ventures, and we're now buying pro sports teams, so we're new owners of Atletico Dallas, the soccer team in Dallas. So working on that. I'm getting ready to announce a new sports fund. We're raising 150 million, 250 million to buy, pro sports teams. So that's the sports, venture capital, EBITDA, multiple businesses, and franchise. So here's the thing I've learned in life. If you want to do something and do it at scale, you have to have a career and your money has to have a career. If your money doesn't have a career, you'll always be chasing your own career. And if you guys have heard me speak before, you've heard me say that a million times. And when COVID was on fire and all the real estate agents were getting 17 offers, I was the one singing from the rooftops. Guys, take those commissions and go invest them into income producing assets, businesses, cash flow and real estate. Do something. Because when the market slows down, you need to have multiple income streams. So multiple income streams is no longer like this fad. It's no longer like something to say. It's a necessity. If you only have one income stream, you're one income stream away from being broke and not having income. And I would tell you, growing up with a single mother and really humble beginnings, I saw our family go through that scenario. And I always remember saying, one day, I'm not only going to work for myself, I'm going to create multiple income streams so that I'm not at risk of losing my one income stream. So I'm going to talk about this, OPM. So we're going to dive right into it. I got a little bit of time. I'm going to talk fast. Everybody good with that? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to talk about real estate. So remember we talked about you have a career and your money has a career. So if you're selling real estate, great. You're making commissions. All right, now what are you doing with that money? First, you got to go find a vertical that you know and love and that you feel comfortable with and you got to study. Before we ever bought our first Starbucks, I studied it for like 18 months just to make sure. Like I was overthinking it probably, but at some point I decided to just step out in faith and make it happen. So when we think through what we're doing here, it's like, how are you investing the money that you're making? Whether you're on a W-2 or 1099 or whatever, you got to create assets. You guys see what's happening to the dollar right now. It's getting crushed, absolutely crushed. And I am not into politics. I hate it. But regardless, the dollar's getting crushed. Inflation is probably finna peak again. The tariffs are tearing us up. And so if you're not investing your capital into assets that will pay you and appreciate, we're going to always be on this hamster wheel. Everybody tracking what I'm talking about? Yes. Raise your hand if we're on the same page. Okay. So raise your hand if you have a career in the room. Like there's something you do to generate active income. Okay. Who in here doesn't have a job? In a sense, like you're creating income. All right. I was going to say, come work for me. I was going to give you a job. So, and then if you claim, we're already partners. So, in a sense, and I wouldn't be rude on that. I was genuinely, I'm really giving people opportunity from those. If they're like, hey, I'm in transition. Cool, hit me up, But now raise your hand if you haven't invested your money in anything. If you have not, like if you haven't invested, that's okay. Like we're all family in the room. Okay? All right. So what we got to do is we got to get you comfortable with a vertical, whether it's the stock market, whether it's real estate or whatever. So I'm going to teach you today how to leverage, right? Because everybody knows your returns are better when you can leverage not only OPM. And OPM isn't just people. It's bank financing, it's SBA loans, it's all those things, right? Do y'all know that there's 1.6 million businesses for sale right now?
Wow.
Did y'all know that? Wow. 1.6 million. 1.6 million businesses. So I wish somebody would have told me this 20-something years ago when me and Eric were starting these businesses from scratch. Because we could have just purchased the business, got an SBA loan, put down 10%, did a 504 loan, and put down 15% on the real estate. So that means you can buy a whole business and the real estate with 10% down on the business and 15% down on the real estate. Guys, that's a cheat code. If you didn't write that down, you're not listening. That is an absolute cheat code. Well, you may say, and I know I'm supposed to talk about real estate, but now I'm you may say, well, Terrence, where do I even start on buying businesses? Like, where do I even go to even think about it? Just start studying, start reading, start understanding where your passion is, what type of businesses. Like, what I did is I said, what are the businesses that make money off of me? So in every real estate transaction, there's 15 to 20 companies that make money, right? Anybody disagree? Title, mortgage, builders, home warranty, surveyor, insurance, and I can keep going. So then I realized, well, that makes sense. That's the businesses I need to buy. I have the most influence with those businesses. So why not go buy businesses that are already making money? I can go get an SBA loan or seller financing and start acquiring these companies. This is where it all started, guys. People just see 110 companies and they're like, how the hell do you go from 0 to 110? You gotta buy the first one. You just gotta take your first step. And you may be saying, I don't have the time. You gotta make the time. So you can look up semi-absentee businesses. You literally can Google it. Semi-absentee businesses in Texas. And then literally you can buy a business that's making $300,000 up to $5 million a year, depending on what type of capital you want to deploy. So as you get down that road and start studying, you guys can hit me up on that. So I'm gonna dive into this. So OPM. OPM is other people's money. Here's a quick 5 bullet points on why you want to leverage OPM. Leverage scales without tying up your capital. Obviously, it enables you to control a larger asset, whether it's multifamily or whatever. Have 100% control, but you can leverage other people's money, and then your balance sheet isn't completely tied up. Does everybody in the room know what a balance sheet is?
Yes.
Okay, it's not a negative if you don't. It's just your personal financial statement. People call it a balance sheet or a PFS. Tracking with me? Yep. That's just all your assets minus your liabilities equals your net worth. Got it? Assets minus liabilities equals net worth. So remember, guys, when you go to buy a traditional home, they're underwriting your debt to income ratio, your W-2, all that stuff, right? Y'all tracking with me? Stay with me. All right. When you go buy an asset, they're underwriting the asset. They're underwriting the business. That's why you can buy this stuff for 10 to 15% down. Okay? So also improves returns on invested capital, so obviously generating stronger ROI. Right? If I buy a Starbucks, right? So you know, like with cap rates, commercial brokers try to make everything so complicated. I love you guys. But if you see a Starbucks for sale and you see it's at a 5 cap, all that means is if you pay cash for it, you're going to make what on your money? 5%. It's that simple. So, all right, I'm going to make 5% on my money. That's what a 5 cap is. Now, if I get debt on that same asset, right, and I put down 25%, now I'm not making 5% on my money. I'm making a higher ROI on that investment. This is why you have to put capital at work, and you got to use OPM. Now, don't go get over leveraged. Don't go buy 1 million houses at 5% down and all that crazy stuff. So keep your LTV right. But also back to aligning your capital with operational expertise. So really go educate yourself. I always tell people there's a thing called sweat equity and what? Check equity. Thank you, Karen. You've heard me say it 1 million times. Sweat equity and check equity. That just means I don't always have to be the person bringing the check if I can bring the sweat and the information and the know-how and the experience. Because I get a lot of people say, Terrence, I'm only on one income and I don't know how to ever start investing. Well, over here, I invest in stuff all the time when people bring me ideas, businesses, investments. They have the track record, they may not have the capital, I invest. We actually just had our first investment in one of our companies, our Terrence portfolio company that was on Shark Tank last week. So we're really excited about that. Yeah, man, it's a young kid in College Station who had the idea, and he couldn't get anybody to invest or give him the money. And we decided to trust him and believe in him. He had the idea, didn't have the resources, and now we got to deal with Mr. Wonderful and Alex O'Hannon. So he's already getting started. So now I got to put up with Mr. Wonderful. He's been pretty. Oh, what'd you say? Oh, Screen Skins. It was on this last week. You saw it? Yep, those are my guys. All right, so aligning that capital and then reducing personal and exposure, and then I'm gonna speed up, and then creates repeatable long-term capital partnerships, right? Because if you bring me one good deal and it does well, just call me the next time. I'll be the first guy to invest. No brainer. All right. So how do you source? What's our step one? I'm gonna give you 10 steps real quick. I'm gonna talk fast because I got 24 minutes. All right. Sourcing the opportunity or finding the deal. Anybody knows ways to source the deal from somebody? Obviously brokers, business brokers, commercial brokers, people in this room. Obviously you guys have opportunities. The best deals never do what? Never go on the market. So they never go on the market. By the time it hits the market, it's not as good of a deal that you might have thought it might be. So the best deals, you got to build those relationships and source them. So commercial listing platforms, I'm not going to go through all this, real estate brokers, networking, direct mail, and banks. Banks is one of the resources people don't use enough. If you have your capital at a bank somewhere, just go to them and say, hey, who is in charge of your department when you're trying to get stuff off your books? Those are some of the best deals you can get your hands on. And there's businesses that are selling like that too. All right? So I'm gonna talk fast. So that's how those are just some examples of sourcing those, but really the networking, building those relationships. And here's the number one thing you can do when it comes to off-market deals. The reason that people are sending me pro sports teams right now, I just got sent an F1 racing team, is because they know we can close. So the number one thing you can do is close, like show a track record of actually getting the deal done, because there's a lot of people kicking tires, doing a lot of talking, acting fancy, and they can't get the deal done. For me, I'm very straightforward, as you can tell. If I tell you I'm gonna get it done, I'm gonna find a way to get it done. And that goes a long way. Just like for people in the room that may be salesperson themselves. Like the last thing you want to do is waste a whole weekend on somebody they're not even approved. They won't call you back. They don't respond. That's terrible. So that's how you can get those opportunities. So number 2, initial property valuation. Talking fast. So these are just some of the metrics when people are underwriting deals. Remember, guys, this is your retirement. You have a career, your money has a career. You have to invest your capital into something. And it needs to be something you feel comfortable studying and understanding. And like I said, you got me, you need me on anything. Well, a lot of people tell me, well, Terrence, did you start in venture capital? Did you start in franchising? Did you start in buying M&A businesses? You just started in real estate. It's a tangible asset. That means I can fly right now to Asheville, North Carolina, and I know exactly where my money's sitting. Right there in the Buffalo Wild Wings and Starbucks. It's sitting right there. And it's corporate-backed leases. Starbucks not going to not pay their rent. So that's an investment. It's tangible. So you find kind of the low-hanging fruit that you feel comfortable with, something that's tangible. Then you work your way up into venture capital and all this other stuff that I'm doing. All right? So we talked about cap rate, cash flow, potential value add, NOI, and then obviously solid comparable. So when you're evaluating the property, these are just some of the things you want to look at and understand. So write down your questions because we'll do some Q&A at the end. All right? Anybody got any questions on that? All right. Property condition, just age of the building, major repairs. These are the documents you always want to ask for. Because people always say, well, Terrence, when I go talk to a commercial broker, I'm inexperienced and then I feel like he knows that or she knows that I don't know what I'm talking about. Well, great. If you send them this stuff, they'll think you're the most experienced investor in the room. So most recent rent roll, T12. Anybody know what that stands for?
Trailing 12.
Trailing 12, pro forma, any recent LOIs, and then insurance claims, obviously for the last couple of years. Everybody good on that? This is just real estate. Like I said, I have time to dive into everything. And then submitting an offer and negotiating terms. Obviously, we know price. I think a lot of times we get caught up in overlooking that. It sounds so cliche, but man, me and Erica talk about it a lot. Like your basis is the most important piece of the puzzle. Because there's been deals where we might have overpaid a little bit, and we're like, dang, like if we would be in a better position if we would have just been a little more aggressive on price or got a better deal. So price, contingencies, earnest money, some of those things. Now, LOI, letter of intent. We know that's a non-binding agreement that you will obviously have to move to a purchase sale agreement or a commercial contract, right? So when you're negotiating and you're thinking through these things, you want to be understanding what the LOI is. LOI is just a non-binding agreement. All these acronyms and all this stuff in business, people overcomplicate it. It's pretty simple once you dive deep. All right, securing financing. This is a good one. How much equity are you putting in, right? So really, loan to value on these deals is really important. So when you think about it, when people say, well, what's your capital stack look like? They're just asking you, how are you going to lay out the financing? It's not, rocket science. Like, all right, I'm bringing 20% capital. So Elizabeth's putting down 10%, I'm putting down 10%, we're partnering on the deal, and we're going to go get 80% financing. So that's just what your capital stack looks like. And then, so how much equity are you raising? How much are you contributing as a GP? On these deals, when you bring in a partner, so this is a simple thing. If you bring in a couple of partners, it's a JV. If you bring in multiple partners, it becomes a different type of entity. So now you have GPs and LPs, and there's different players in them. So I'm gonna talk about that in a minute. So a GP is just a general partner. That means you're the person leading and securing the deal. And a lot of times people think, oh, I gotta go out and buy a $100 million deal. You can be a GP on a $5 million deal, on a $3 million deal. But you gotta start somewhere. Remember, I told you guys earlier, it's check equity or sweat equity. So you're either gonna study and learn it all, and then bring the deal to me and I'll be your investor, or you can do both, study and learn it all, sweat equity, and then bring your own capital. But you gotta start investing, right? So raise your hand if somebody in here wrote on your top 3 goals for 2026 was investing in real estate. That's great. So I'm giving you the tools, And how much is your financing? And then are you bringing pref equity or LP equity? And that's a whole other conversation I don't want to dive into right now. So these are just some ideas on securing the financing. This is obviously a crucial step. Conventional loans, private lenders, hard money, syndication versus JV partnerships, and then Fannie versus Freddie. These are just some scenarios of what and how you can get financing for these deals. And they all have their pros and cons, okay? And you may be thinking, Terrence, I came here to get motivated, I came here to get excited. And I'm like, I'm trying to teach you how to be able to have freedom and be able to make moves and do what you want when you want. And I always say this, money is just a tool. None of this is going with us, right? We're just shepherds of what we have, our time and our resources and our skill sets. So when you go home, when God calls you home, none of this is going with you anywhere. So the goal is to learn how to leverage my time and my resources. And money is a magnifying glass, because if you're a really big giver, well, when you give resources, you're just going to give even more. And so that's really the thought process behind some of this. All right, so onboarding investors and joint venture partners. Obviously, you got legal docs, present the opportunity, secure the funds. I'm going to speed up. And then underwriting and due diligence. So obviously, you got property inspections, review of financials, legal review, market research. This is the process where you verify all the claims that the person selling you the business, the sports team, the real estate. Look, this is the framework for all of those verticals I showed you earlier. Each one has little nuances between, but really at the end of the day, it's all similar. And then I'm going fast. So final negotiation, purchase sale agreement, amendment. Obviously, you guys know about title insurance, escrow process. And then I'm going to click to the next page. This one is the make or break, selecting a property management company. Now, you guys that are in real estate, y'all know exactly what I mean. You can take a great deal that was a really good asset, but if it's not managed correctly, it's not going to be a good deal. And what I learned, that's with anything. That's with ourselves. That's with our temple, right? If I'm not managing my temple, working out, eating, and I'm putting trash in, it's going to be trash out. So it's the same thing in any part of your life. This is just a framework. So to really defining those needs, what service do you need? I know a lot of people are doing short-term rentals, like we're going to Rosemary to look at the short-term rentals. Really just understanding who can manage it, who can be the best. And don't be afraid to ask them those hard questions. And then obviously understand their value and negotiate. I don't know what did happen. All right. And then this goes into signing the docs, transfer, title transfer. I want to get into some of these final thoughts. post-acquisition management. This is important. So you guys have heard the word CapEx? Yes. Raise your hand, you heard CapEx. We've heard a lot about that. That's just taking the resources that you raised or that you're putting up to go put them in the property and raise the rents, create value, create equity, and all those things. And so ongoing reporting, CapEx, renovations are really, really important. So we partnered with Golden Bear and Jack Nicklaus, obviously one of the top golf athletes in our time. And when I went to their office and pitched to them 2 or 3 times. They told me no the first 3 times. I came back the 4th time, unannounced, and showed up. And I said, hey, guys, y'all aren't seeing my vision. I'm telling you, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this. I said, well, Terrence, listen, we hear what you're saying, we just don't have time. They said, well, can you schedule in 2 weeks to come meet with us and go over what your plan is? I said, actually, I'm ready right now. They were like, so you're ready to pitch, like right now to our whole leadership team? I was like, right now, let's go. I literally went in that moment, and then an hour converted me. Now, had I gave up on the first time, the second time, the third time, it never would have happened. I just kept coming back because I knew my vision and what I could do. And that one real estate deal has pushed us into so many other rooms because we're our partner with Jack Nicklaus Golden Bear Development. So I want to go back to, I'm talking about real estate, I'm using it as an example, but I want you to go back to your 3 dreams and ideas for 2026. And if they don't stretch you, and if you think you're going to swing and hit them on the first swing every time, then remember, they're not big enough. So on post-acquisition management, really understanding that part of it is really key. And these are my last couple things. Monitoring the performance and executing the business plan. Here's the hardest part right here. This is the hardest part. You guys know a lot of professionals that probably started off with you. They had a lot of energy in the beginning. And then when the days got hard and the nights got long, they slowly fell off, right? But you were that person who just kept showing up, kept knocking on the door, and kept believing in yourself. And that's where this comes in from a business standpoint. There's been a lot of long nights with me and Erica. There's been a lot of hard days, but we just kept coming, kept showing up. And that's the beautiful thing I appreciate about my mom, instilling that in me, to just keep coming, just keep showing up. And so when we think about this part, the business plan that you put in place most likely is going to change. I almost guarantee you're going to start off on this path and it's going to push you to another pivot. And so one of the things that we always talk about in anything that we do is what is the solution? Every problem has a solution. You just have to be creative enough to find it. Every problem has a solution. You have to be creative enough to find it. And we know in 2026, the people who are solving big problems are the ones that are being the most successful. So when we look at the technology, all these were just problems that we had. Somebody solved. And in the startup world, I look at 100 deals a week, and some of the ideas that I'm just blown away at how creative people are. And you may say, well, I'm not that creative, Terrence. You are. You just have to focus on it and give it energy, and then understand what your skill set and how it amounts to that. So, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Yeah. So I know when I'm talking through this stuff, it's like people always get intimidated. But one thing I want to encourage you, and I'm going to hit my last couple slides and then we'll do some Q&A. I've been in a lot of different rooms, whether it was high school football, Texas A&M college football, the NFL, now as a broker for many years, and now in venture capital. Every room I walked into, when I first got there, people were looking at me like, why the hell are you here? I always took that on as a challenge, not for them, but to prove myself right, and to prove my mom right, and to prove my Father in heaven right. You guys may not know this because I'm standing in front of you today, but I got paralyzed on Monday Night Football. Literally on national TV. And a lot of times, people always ask me, man, when you got injured, like, do you still want to play in the NFL? And there's every once in a while I think about it. But honestly, in that transition, my biggest prayer to God was that He could give me something that I could be passionate about. Because without passion, I cannot live. Like, I have to wake up every day with some type of passion. And going through that transition, I had to literally rebuild mentally, spiritually, and physically. And I can tell you this without a shadow of a doubt. The world and a lot of people forgot about it. They moved on to the next athlete. And I will tell you, you guys have probably all been through something personally, and we all got a story. But a couple things I want to hit before a couple more slides, is, man, never stop believing in yourself. Because I always say that's why it's called self-confidence. It starts with self. If I'm going to let the NFL or the injury or whatever dictate who I am as a person, no, I'm going to keep fighting. Because there's people watching you, you may not even know who's watching you, whether it's your kids, or friends, or family members, classmates. We all have an influence. So I just want to encourage you in that, as I'm standing here today, as a true testimony that not only God is good, I'm not trying to preach to you, but I got to give Him the glory. But that there's a story for each and every one of us. And in order to do that, you got to keep going. You got to keep moving forward. So last couple things. This is a quick acronym. I said, how do you get paid when you bring in deals? Right? So you're like, Terrence, okay, I don't put any capital up. How do I get paid? Right? Like if I go and do a deal, what's the way that I get paid? And this is it. So when people are bringing you deals, just take this sheet and send it to them and say, hey, you want me to invest in your deal? Which one of these is the way you're getting paid? So there's a guarantee fee, there's a refinance fee, acquisition, asset management, property management, profit split. So a lot of times people are like, dang, man, I thought I was going to make this return on this investment because you didn't check the fees. You didn't see that, yeah, you're getting told you're getting this return, but you didn't realize these fees come all the time. So just make sure you're comfortable with that. And then obviously when you are a GP and you're doing all the sweat equity, make sure you're getting paid for your time too. All right, so I'm gonna just skip past this part because we got a couple more minutes. But I want to dive into Q&A. I always like to ask questions because that's really where I can, dive a little further.
Can you talk about deal number one for acquiring businesses? So, everything you're talking about, I feel like the education there is for us, but it's kind of to that point to where we have to take a leap, like you were talking about earlier. So, can you talk about like deal number one and kind of went into that from like an underwriting and mindset perspective?
Yeah, on the business side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, I think the cheat code for everybody in the room is to buy a baby boom business. There's 1.6 million businesses right now. You're starting to hear about it, but I've been talking about this for like 7 to 8 years. So I would find a business in your state or in your town. You got to win in your backyard first. And what I started doing is underwriting businesses that were 20 plus years old, right? That was an essential business that mine was 1 to 3 million EBITDA, meaning that earnings before interest, tax, and depreciation and amortization. People call it SDE, which is sales discretionary earnings. So I would just get comfortable with that. And the first thing I would do is go meet with SBA lender and say, I'm interested in buying a business. What would you underwrite me for? Because remember, we have to put down 10%. Now, the great thing with SBA loans, you put down 10% on the business and 15% on the real estate, but you can also get the seller to do seller finance. So there's a way to bridge that. And then also with SBA loans, you can get capital. So you can have like a line of credit for working capital. Now, the goal is to find something that has a history and something that's in your backyard that you can get to every day. Because this, like you say, it's your first business. This is your baby. I would tell you to go do that before you start a company. If this was your first way to get into entrepreneurship, go find an SBA business that you can buy and underwrite it at that. Yes, ma'am.
Can I piggyback off that?
Yes, ma'am.
So obviously off-market deals are better. Sorry, obviously off-market deals are better. I do a lot of direct mail and other stuff. What do you, What would you advise on how to go find them? Because obviously, once it's gone to a broker, it's going to be, max on the seller side versus your side.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, what I would say is find your vertical you're interested in. For me, it was service company, so title company, mortgage, insurance. I even was buying MEP businesses, plumbing, electrical, mechanical, stuff like that. So anything like that. But I would say find whatever your vertical is. Find your top 5 to 10 targets, which now ChatGPT or Grok will send it to you in 30 seconds. And it'll even literally put their website, the owner's information. And then I would just call the owner and say, hey, I'm interested in meeting with you. I'd love to build a relationship, hear what you're doing. But you got to study your business and make sure it fits within your target. That's the off market. Yes, ma'am.
So who was your first mentor? Like, how did you start to learn a lot of this? I mean, you've been doing this for a while now, but like in the beginning, did you follow a mentor? Did you learn from somebody in particular?
That's a great question. People ask me that all the time, and they never get the answer they expected. I actually don't have a mentor. So it was me, my wife, and God, honestly. And so it's one of the reasons that I always try to answer emails and LinkedIn messages from people that have hit me up over the years. Because I was messaging people like that at 22 years old when I was depressed and paralyzed trying to figure out what was next, and people were too busy. So I've always tried to be approachable and accessible up until a certain extent, obviously, but I've always tried to respond to people. Now, from afar, I would read the books and study, but I actually didn't have somebody walk me through it step by step. I just have an ability to piece things together, honestly. I never played receiver until I got to Texas A&M. But I just studied all the guys at Texas A&M, and I would watch film on them, and I'd put down their moves, and then I would just go out and put it all together. And then I ended up leaving as the greatest receiver at Texas A&M. So.
What did you play before?
Quarterback.
Quarterback?
Yes, sir. Yep. I was committed to Baylor and switched to A&M.
I'm sorry that I didn't know the story, but I am learning today about this injury that you had. And as someone who was scared to walk out of the house today with my mobility cane because of weather and still new in my journey of dealing with a disability, can you give me a little insight in how you rebuilt?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did that strength come from, and how did you rebuild that narrative?
Oh, that's great. Well, first off, give her a hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say, first off, I'm proud of you, the courage to not only be here today and speak on that. It's tough, when you're not physically capable of doing the things you've done in the past. And for me, my injury was it didn't happen in the shadows. The whole world saw my injury. Because at that time, Monday Night Football was the only game on. So I didn't really get a break. Even when I would be anywhere in the world, people recognized me. And they would come up to me and be like, Terrence, I just want you to know I was praying for you. I'm a Bills fan, I'm a Cowboys fan, I'm a whatever. People from all over the world. I literally had so many emails and messages. But what they were doing is they were living their new moment with me, but it was forcing me to relive that traumatic experience over and over. So what I learned is there's a book called Untethered Soul that I think you should read. It's a really good book. I would suggest that you digest that. So obviously that's been one of my best books that I refer out to people. And then I would say my faith. Jeremiah 31, and it talks about the temple being completely crashed and broken. And obviously God promising us that he would rebuild it, and when he would build it, he'd build it better than before. So God has a plan for you, sister, and whatever you're going through, he's got a plan so that you can do greater things. And I just want to encourage you to keep your head up and just take it one day at a time.
Amen.
I have a question about the businesses. So how to find a business operator?
Can you speak up, honey?
How to find a business operator for the business I'm looking for?
How do we find the operator? No, that's a great question. So I would start with looking for semi-absentee businesses. Let that be one of your parameters. Now, keyword, don't just hear the second word, absentee. Semi, meaning you have to be involved in some way, shape, form, or fashion. But you can literally Google semi-absentee businesses in Texas or whatever county you want or whatever. And BizQuest, LoopNet, a lot of those companies are now merged. And you'll start seeing a similar broker. And then that broker has his own website. So the most fragmented space that you're gonna invest in anything is in sports and in business. It's not like real estate where we all put our stuff on MLS. There's some off-market stuff, but most of it's on. You really gotta build relationships with the bankers and with the brokers. But yeah, I would just go and let that be a parameter. And then here's another thing you can do. Tie the owner to the business. So do an earn-out or seller financing and say, hey, I need you guys to stay in the business for 24 months and train your replacement. That's how you make it turnkey, and you get a higher ROI on your time. One more question, then we're done. Then I gotta sit. But you guys, I think I had it up, but wherever y'all need me, just, I thought it was on that, but it's not. But yeah, just send me a message on Instagram or LinkedIn, and I'll answer it. Final question.
Thank you so much for sharing all of this. Can you share some books that have been instrumental for you, business-wise, and any other?
Okay. All right, final answer. All right, so the Bible is my foundation.
Amen.
We're all Ephesians 2:8-10, right? It's a gift. So we can't boast and brag about it. So that's the foundation. Until the Soul is One. We talked about that. Atomic Habits. Another one. Why the Rich Get Richer. Guys, we're all playing a financial game. And if you don't understand the game, you'll never win. And I just want to encourage each and every one of you guys, you have to study the game for yourself. It's the only way you're going to create options for yourself. So Why the Rich Get Richer, that book really made me understand, okay, there's a different way to move. And then Who Not How? Who Not How? So who's the who in your life to accomplish the how? And then Good to Great is another one. Good to Great. I'm from East Texas, y'all know I got an accent. Country boy up here, man. East Texas. All right. Thank y'all so much, man. God bless you.
Here today, which is we are all creative. So before we welcome our final speaker to the stage, before we break for lunch, I would like everybody to stand on their feet. We're going to create a moment of heat together, just using exactly what we have. So put your hands together, start rubbing them together really fast. Rub, 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 go, 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 go. It's actually freezing in here. Rub those hands, more heat, more heat, more heat, faster, 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 faster. And when I say stop, you're gonna find a nice place to put them, whether it's your cheeks, your chest, your legs, or your neighbor with consent. 3, 2, 1. Good. We're gonna do that one more time so we can give our next speaker some energy. Rub those hands together again. Once more, please. And then on the count of 3, I want you to put your hands up in the air and just beam that energy right up here. Oh, that's good. All right, you may have a seat. Thank you, thank you. Well, I'm so excited for our next speaker. She is a nationally recognized communication strategist known for helping sales pros elevate conversations in moments that matter most. How we adapt to change is critical to our success, and with these tools coming at us so fast of the future without our humanity, what's backing them up? So, as the co-founder of the Funk Collective real estate team, Renee has guided thousands of professionals through strategic curiosity, connection, and not scripts or sales pressure. She is an exactly what to say licensed trainer and is widely respected for her ability to turn everyday conversations into earned relationships and momentum. Renee's work challenges people to remember that curiosity is a superpower. So please give a shining welcome to Renee Funk.
The spot right before lunch.
Really.
I'm well aware
Volume.
of that fact that this,
Volume.
can you hear me better now? In the back, can you, yes, you good? All right. I am well aware that is what's standing between all of us and the amazing lunch at the SHiNE experience is right here, yours truly. I appreciate that you are going to make the effort to be fully present in our time that we are going to share today. I will ask of you, you've heard some really great takeaways. We have Renee Rodriguez, give it up for Renee. And Terrence Murphy. Who would be open-minded to share one word on what feeling you are experiencing as we are at this point in our day? One word.
Amazing.
Shout it out.
Awesome.
Grateful. Amazing.
Motivated.
Motivated. Excited. Yes. Cold. This is the Floridian. The Texans forgot to turn the heat on, so I don't know about this cold. Here today to talk about presence as a gift. Has anyone seen on social media over the last few weeks this trend that 2026 is the new 2016?
Yeah.
Have we seen this trend?
No.
Yes, there's a trend that if you follow trends on social media, many are posting posts reflecting back to a decade ago. Can you believe 2016 was a decade ago already? We're not old. We're feeling older, perhaps, but we're not old. I just want to say that. Looking through many of the people that I love and adore on social media, looking at their reflection of what has transpired in their worlds since 2016, it gave me a moment to think all that has changed. Who in this room is an entrepreneur? Just about all of us, correct? Who in this room has experienced a fair bit of change over the last decade? And many in this room are in the real estate space, correct? Think back for a moment, just since 2020. We weathered a terrible, tragic pandemic. As business owners, we showed agility, we showed ability to show up in different ways. And then for those in the real estate space particularly, what happened? There were a few years of very rapid market conditions where, quite frankly, was everyone running around with their hair on fire? How present were you during those moments? Lots of change. Today we find ourselves in a very unique environment. Has there ever been a moment more accessible? Do you ever need to wait for anything in your day-to-day? We have access to information. We have access to, I need to buy something, I can go on Amazon, and what happens? Sometimes in a couple hours it shows up. We have the ability to have anything at our fingertips quickly. And yet, are we more disconnected than we've ever been in our entire lives? 64% of business owners feel overwhelmed right now. And 49% are worried about being left behind. Now this afternoon we have an amazing speaker, Phil Stringer, who's coming on to share many AI tips and strategies and how to blend efficiencies through these technologies. We can all agree that we have to have our finger on the pulse of these technologies, and I will be taking plenty of notes when Phil shares. Also take note of the human connection and how important it is for us to be fully present with each other so we don't feel that disconnect. This stat surprised me. 72% of business owners said that being an entrepreneur has had a negative impact on their mental health. A lot to take in. I see some head nods, right? Some head nods. In the speaker world, one of the things speakers are told is to really limit the use of the word I on stage. This moment that you're gifting to us, sharing with you, those of us up here, we're here to serve you. I'm gonna break that for a moment and share that I'm not better than you. I'm not smarter than you. I'm figuring it out just like you. As a real estate team leader and business owner for over a decade, about 18 months ago, I found myself falling apart. I had built, together with my husband, an amazing real estate company from 6 agents to about 150 agents in Central Florida in a very fast, rapid amount of time. And about 18 months ago, much of that foundation was falling apart beneath us. Had an identity tied to, well, this is who I am. I'm a real estate agent. I'm a team leader. And the truth is, much of it fell apart. A rainmaker on a team where I provide the business, I help facilitate the lead generation for about 25 to 30 agents. From 2020 to about 18 months ago, our leads team dropped down to 1 agent. Sharing this with you is not about me. Sharing this with you is to normalize that if something is shifting in your world, if you're feeling change, please do not attach shame to that change. Amen. Please do not attach shame. That shame becomes another layer of disconnecting. And I share that with you because as I started to feel myself close in, I'm a failure. What else could I do? I can't, look, I'm a real estate agent, that's all I am. I took a few months where I went inward and I didn't do the number one thing that I know helps humans connect, and that is share conversations. The good news is, I woke up, I get to be in rooms like this, and many of you that I can see your beautiful faces were a part of this next step that I personally took, and that is welcoming. Conversations lead to opportunities. Get on the damn phone and start sharing conversations with the people in your world that you know care about you, and be real. What happened during those conversations, about a 3 to 4 month period in 2025, I got on the phone a lot. I started asking questions like, not how are you, what are you feeling in this moment as compared to the last couple of years? Would you be open to being real with me? And can I have some space to be real with you? These are one-on-one conversations. Here's some of the words on those one-on-one conversations that others and myself shared in the conversations. I feel stuck. I feel like I'm failing. I feel unseen, frustrated. I feel always rushed. Entrepreneurs and business owners, you're always rushing. You're getting pulled in 1,000 different directions. With technology, your phones are pinging in your pockets and on the table right now, correct? Yes. These words surface over and over and over again. These are quiet conversations one-on-one. And what I found is I could relate to every single one of these words. I was not alone. They're not alone. What's even more interesting is these are not the words that many leaders will share in moments outwardly and loudly. Leadership grappling with the difference between the optics forward facing, which is the awards and the fancy cars and the big houses and the planes, and there is nothing wrong with aspiring to your next level, and if you want the beach house like Terrence is advocating, like, hey, find your focus, the answer is yes, do it. What can be difficult sometimes is the comparison. The comparison that if you find yourself in a moment where you've navigated change, are you being fully present with yourself to say, it's okay? And to find your tribe that will speak candidly with you that, hey, you're not alone, I'm feeling these too. It begins to normalize, we're okay. When I ask you a question, what does the word label mean to you? Shout it out.
Classify.
Classify.
Sort, kind of sort.
Sort.
Reputation.
What was that? Judgment. Negative. Secluded. I geek out over looking up definitions. A little secret about me. I love literally going online or ChatGPT or wherever your search portals are nowadays. And words we use on the regular, pausing long enough to say, you know what actually does this word mean? The word label, a classifying phrase or name applied to a person or thing, especially one that is inaccurate or restrictive. The words that were surfacing in the conversations, those were labels oftentimes that the individual was bestowing on themselves, that were not surfacing if we might not have had that conversation and be present with each other. That doesn't mean that's who they are. Elizabeth Riley shares something often, I hear you say this, and that's comparison kills joy.
Amen.
Comparison kills joy, right? So go back to that. If there's forward-facing leadership that is always talking about the awards and how great everything is, please also anchor yourself and be present in the moments that say, it's okay. You can be excelling and growing and thriving and still admit it's not always rainbows and butterflies. In fact, we have to keep that transparency. The worst advice ever given, R&D. Heard R&D before? Mm-hmm. Rip off and duplicate. Who's heard that advice? It's rampant in the real estate industry, am I right? Rip off and duplicate. Worst advice ever given to business owners. Saying to a business owner, go ahead and seek out what's already working over here and then fully duplicate it creates more of a comparison kills joy. Well, the only way to achieve what they're achieving is if I become exactly like them. We can take lessons from how others are doing things. We can learn from the traps others stepped in. Be very, very careful, however, about thinking that that's the only way it needs to be done. Rip off and duplicate. We need to show up authentically. Show up as you are. Even in the moments where you say, you know what? I'm feeling some shame because some things have changed in my world. Own it. Speak it. Be comfortable with it. Thank you for that. Amen. Yeah. Thank you for that. I remember the summer of 2022, walking into a real estate conference in Dallas, Texas. There's some people from Dallas here, right? Yes, I see you. Great, the driving and the ice and all the things. Walking to a real estate conference in the summer of 2022, this was a conference filled with about 4,000 or 5,000, mostly real estate team leaders. This particular conference room was oddly long in its shape, and the stage in the room was this very long, awkward-looking stage. Being a guest walking in as an attendee to learn from keynote speakers, much like you all are doing in this moment. Walked into that room, and that day I made the choice to stand in the back of the room and be in an observation mode. One of the keynote speakers came onto the stage, and I remember thinking to myself, goodness, how is this keynote speaker going to be fully present and be able to connect with the people in the room? It was the oddest shaped room. And also, real estate agents, are you staring at your phones and looking at your laptops all the time? You know what's happening. Newsflash, there is no such thing as multitasking. There is no such thing as multitasking. But in that room in Dallas, I thought to myself, this keynote speaker has it in for them. They are in a room full of real estate agents in an odd-shaped room with an odd stage shape. How the heck are they going to do it? This speaker proceeded to speak in a way with curiosity that gained everybody's attention. Phones were down, laptops were non-existent, and actually, one of the things I'm so proud about in this room, I watched all of you this whole morning. This is what you look like. Your phones are down, you're fully engaged. That's not the norm. That day, that speaker, as I observed, the speaker leaned into curiosity and gave all of their attention. And I thought to myself, what lessons can I gain here? How is an individual getting everybody to be fully present in the room? When you have all the pings on your phones and the technology asking you to be elsewhere, how is this happening? This was a moment when I asked myself, we are vying for attention. What can I do as a team leader to bring back this sense of awareness and being present to every meeting and the team times that we're together? I call that a consumer hat moment. I was in your seat thinking, I'm going to adopt this and bring this back with me. I'm listening for the lessons. I did just that. After I watched the speaker gain the attention in that room, I thought to myself, could it be possible that I return back to the team and make some intentionality around every meeting, whether it's on Zoom or in person, that we have to be fully present? What cascading impact would that create? We make the choice to be in the room. We look where our feet are. And yet so often we were having meetings as an organization of real estate agents, and I was showing up, I was responsible to facilitate training, and I would look out into the audience of our agents and they would be on phones, and they would be on laptops. And I would ask myself, why are we together? Why are we doing this? One intentional step is to implement a slide before every single meeting. And that slide was to say presence is a gift. I went back to the team and said, look, we're making a choice to be together. Could it be possible that we put some intentionality on really being here for each other? Realizing that when you make the choice to be right here where you are, you're giving yourself the present to be present, and you're giving the whole room the amazing opportunity to learn from you and collaborate with you. We added a slide and took the first 5 minutes of every meeting to say, where are we? What's our intention? If we feel the distractions, can we give each other the grace to say, remember, phones out of the way. If you need to take a phone call, stand up, take it somewhere else. We are going to be intentional about our time together. Started to work. We also established what late means. Who in the room hosts or facilitates meetings or trainings? I know, Chad's like, I do. Could it be possible you take just a couple minutes at the beginning and set the intentions and the guardrails of what your time is collectively with the cohort? If you're on Zoom, make it an intention. Camera's on. Have the difference between camera on meetings and passive meetings. Say to everyone, late means at this time the door's closed. Say to everyone in your cohort, we're going to choose to put our phones down and our laptops down unless you're doing a workshop and it calls for a certain strategy. Be intentional about that. This is the slide that starts every training, every meeting. Some of you have been on calls and meetings with me before. I see Elizabeth smiling. Friday huddle. Presence is a gift. It can be that moment that you start anything that you're doing in your business and say, it warrants me being fully present. What are the results of that simple switch that we did as a team? Simple switch. A couple minutes before every meeting. Have some results. The team started to grow. That regulation change that hit the real estate industry, that wasn't fun. That was more change in 2024, correct? The team's gross commission income per deal increased by 33%. 33% in less than 12 months. We tracked that at the moment that we started being more intentional in our meetings and saying, if this meeting was worth putting on the calendar, it's worth us all being fully present, just like you are right now. With focus, we chose to say, for the next 30, 60, 90 days while we're in our meetings on Zoom and in person. We're laser focused on being better than our fee, which meant that we could improve the service for the buyers and sellers that we served, which means what? Our fee was able to escalate and climb. All with a direct correlation to saying, I will make a choice to be fully here. Fully here. Sparking more meaningful conversations. You all are going to go to lunch shortly. And I have a sneaky suspicion you're going to run into people out of the lobby and it'll sound something like this. Hey, Lishmish. Hi, how are you? That's the autoresponder question we always ask everyone, right, Chad? How are you? And what is it's the autoresponder reply. Do we learn anything about him? Absolutely nothing. More intentionality about being fully present. When you leave this room and go to lunch, I'm challenging you to think differently about how you approach someone and what you say. No autoresponder nonsense. Get deeper. Give yourself that moment. What exciting projects are you working on? Where'd you travel from today is one of my favorites. Florida. What are you looking forward to this week? What are you looking forward to over the next couple of weeks? What's on tap for the weekend? Try it on for size. This is one little step that you can be more present in the one-on-one conversation that you're having. Right now, you can implement. Right now, you can implement. This is breaking patterns. You're also going to go out into the lunch and someone's going to ask you how you are. You have a couple choices, right? One of the choices you could say, I'm good. You could also say, I'm tackling all the emails in my inbox, but I am winning and coming out ahead. Instead of when someone says, how are you? You can approach it with a little nod to who you are, who you serve, and what you do. Create a curiosity gap. Just negotiated a fantastic contract for my sellers. What's new for you this week?
Raising some babies.
There you go.
Did she say making babies?
Yes.
Oh, making some. Fill in the gap. You fill the gap.
Massive
The reality.
action that creates that moment where we're breaking the patterns. Not how I do. That's passive. That's all going back to running around with our hair on fire and not truly connected. Not truly connected. Terrence shared so much information. I'm a little overwhelmed in his time up here. We have a lot of work to do. Thank you for the nudges. And no doubt, spreadsheets are important. There's two types of people. There's people who like spreadsheets, and there are people who absolutely shut down. Which one are you? I will tell you right now, I see a spreadsheet and I run. Sorry, Terrence. I know they're important in business. Spreadsheets are incredibly important. Having leaders and intelligent people in the roles to make sure the spreadsheets are on point, yes, 100%. What I'm challenging you on this thought today is be really careful. As we're all navigating change, and thinking back to the phone conversations and the conversations that I had one-on-one for a number of months, where the truth was on one-on-one, a lot of people I spoke to were hurting or feeling things that they weren't expressing outwardly. Not all of those people will be showing up on a spreadsheet. And as business owners, we need to track and measure, and we need to understand that the business continues to thrive. And yet, who are the culture builders? Who are the people in around your business who might be going through change and not raising their hand loud enough to say, hey, I'm feeling unheard, I'm feeling unseen. And as a leader, could you take a moment to be more present one-on-one with them? You see, Elizabeth asking us to all be a part of SHiNE, one of the first things I thought when she asked was, yes, what SHiNE means is an opportunity to look beyond the spreadsheets, look beyond all the loud and the words, all the accolades, and say, who are the people that might be somewhere over in a corner that aren't speaking up and advocating for themselves, who we can take a moment to be more present with. And that's one of the things that we can all get super, super fired up about. I didn't know I was going to show up today and see all of your faces looking upward at the stage. I know we want to get to lunch. Quite frankly, most rooms we're in, everyone's staring at their phone. Renee Rodriguez still with me? Okay. You see it, right, Terrence, when you speak? Most people looking at their phone. Renee Rodriguez, amazing speaker. How often do you speak that the whole room is looking down?
At first.
And he's a pro, so he gets them now, and he cued you all up. This is a rarity, and it brings me back to Elizabeth asking us to do SHiNE and saying, golly, I knew this was going to be a different community. I knew it. Knew it. Leaders who are more present to lean into that curiosity, you have an opportunity and a responsibility. It wouldn't be visible if you don't take a little more intentionality around your presence. Leaders have a responsibility to push through, break through, constantly be saying, where can I unlock that next level, that next opportunity? Think about that spreadsheet for a minute. If a leader is not fully present, though, does the leader miss an opportunity to turn around, look behind them and say, who's showing signs that they might need a pull? You'll see them. And golly, if you will take a moment to have more intentional conversations where you're fully present, they'll tell you. They'll show. That's you saying, I'm going to commit to consistently pushing through and pushing through and pushing through, but I also have to turn around and make sure somebody's maybe back there, and I'll say, I see you. Come on, I'll pull you up. Come with us. I see that there's a lot of change going on. You got this. Let's push and pull. Chad, I see you. Shaking your head. I hear the phrase, leadership is noisy. And as we define what that means, it keeps resurfacing in a way of, well, it's not to knock when there's loud outward celebration. We should all celebrate the wins. Again, when we think about the changes that everybody's navigating, as a leader, we don't need to ask for applause. No leader should be standing up and saying, applause, applaud for me, applaud for me. That's look at me. You don't need any more look at me. The real estate industry is just littered with look at me. It is, right? It is. Just imagine what happens when you take a little bit more time later today and you say to yourself, I gave myself the gift to be fully present in this amazing SHiNE experience. What's just one takeaway that I can implement on a one-to-one to say, hey, what's going on in your world? What are you feeling these days as compared to the last few months? Yes.
Yeah.
Love that. Motivated. Leaders take a moment to say, I will hold a mirror up for you in the event that maybe you don't see what others see. Right now, take a moment and envision this person. I know you have a person, someone in your world that has held a mirror up for you and reminded you that you're a badass. Think of that person for a minute. Would you accept the challenge to reach out to them intentionally in the next 24 hours and say, thank you for holding that mirror up and reminding me some of the ways that I can shine? Because that's that push-pull, right? And how are you feeling? What emotions is going on with you right now? Do you need someone to say, hey, I see you, because I'm here and I want to be that for you? 3 untapped opportunities. Sharing with you about being more present. And we understand that AI and technology is so incredibly important. The leaders that continue to soar are going to be the leaders that truly plug in to this. Taking time to see where your personal connections can be just a tad bit. I'm not asking for massive change here. A tad bit more intentional. I gave you examples in your professional environments. The meetings that you host, the Zoom calls, the trainings, the AHA clubs, you take 60 seconds and set the frame to, would you all be open to committing to doing this next hour differently? Perhaps it's in your personal lives around dinner time. I'm a parent that, as much as I don't want to admit, phones are at my dinner table. I'll admit it. Wish it wasn't the case. We're working hard to change it. If we don't put some attention on it, we can't change it. So where are those moments in your personal life that you can say, even just one tiny massive action and the cascading impact that that holds for you? As I'm sharing with you the opportunity for presence being a gift, please know, this is not something that I've mastered. You're going to see me later today and I might feel distracted. My phone is pinging me too. My phone is pinging me too. So the commitment is to continue to stay laser focused on understanding, yes, that technology is over here, but Maria, let's be more intentional about this when we're standing next to each other, when we're on a call, that we truly have a moment with each other to go a little deeper. One conversation at a time. You can hold me accountable for it, and if you're looking for accountability partners in this, you can reach out to me. The risk is that if we're not intentional, we will feel more and more disconnected. I'm not here to knock all of the technology. I am here to waken everyone up to say, all the changes you've gone through, everything that's transpired over the last 6 years, decade, are you having enough time that you truly feel like you're connecting with the humans in your world in a deeper level? Oh, well, that's okay. Technology sometimes isn't there. I'm inviting you on a mission to elevate communications, to create deeper conversations, and those conversations to really, truly build connections at a higher level. Not to have, hi, how are you? I'm good, I'm fine. In the moments that matter most. Are you with me? Can you get a yes? Yes. I love that. Sharing time with each of you has been amazing. Thank you for, I would have never guessed in a million years to be the speaker before lunch, that all of your heads are up. Thank you for that. Elizabeth, you put together a great This is a different room. The SHiNE experience is precisely what it was envisioned to be. I hope, friend, that you are so proud. Look, Thank you so much for your time today.
One more time, please, Renee Funk. Don't worry. Let's go. Thank you. Present is a gift, and that's what it all boils down to, right? So thank you once again, Renee, for reminding us of that. And I want to push and pull you through sharing your message. So if you're feeling in this moment right now, a stirring on your heart, a calling, you've had a breakthrough, a revelation, a note that you really need to get out there, someone you have to call and say thank you to. I want to remind you that you're about to have an hour in a lobby with some really great lighting. And so if you are feeling, like you need to get this message out there, video is the absolute best way, the only way to really do that right now. So I want to make sure you do that well and you look good while you're doing it because we're all a little vain, you know. So you're going to take out your phone, you're going to go out there, and when you hold that camera, I want you to make sure that that lens is level with your eye. And if you turn your phone towards you, you're not staring at your face, you're going to look at your camera lens. So if you're using your front camera, that's up here. And you're going to stand into the light. You are going to shine. You're not going to backlight yourself and be in the shadow. You're going to fully let yourself be seen in the light, expose yourself, say that message, stand on your feet, don't waver side to side, stand firm, hit record, and then most importantly, send it, post it, share it, and shine. We can all do this together, okay? Lunch is served out in the lobby. If you are VIP, please stay at your tables. And I'm so excited to continue this experience with you when we get back after lunch. Enjoy.
Chill out. We finally meet. Oh, good. Thank you. How's everything? How's the family with the baby? How was it? Oh my goodness. The weather was much better. The weather was nice. When she told me that you were going to you'll be at our table, and I was like, yeah, you get to finally meet it. We follow each other on social, but it's not the same. It's been good. Busy. Yeah. The break was good because like we catch up on things, family time, house chores, and we have to
I know. Shaker, by the way. What's your name? Lauren. Nice to meet you as well. I feel like you probably have some text back and forth in the community. Maybe at some point. I don't know. Awesome. Thank you so much. Y'all have been here so amazing. So I appreciate all of y'all. It really means a lot. Good. That's awesome. How's he doing?
Tell me about the baby. Tell me, you said 2 and 5. So
Yes, I have a 2-year-old and 5. I'll show you. I got a 2-year-old and 5-month-old.
and a 5-month. I thought you meant 5-year-olds. I was like, maybe
No.
I'm missing one baby here.
So I got my little boomers with my 2-year-old, and then I got my little 5-month-old. He's my little buddy, but
So, boy and girl.
a boy and girl. And how old are yours? You have 12?
Yeah, 2 girls.
That's awesome.
We have a boy and he's very
Oh, there you go. That's awesome. I know, it's a different, I didn't think it'd be much of a difference so far, but I'm like, it's just so special having both and you experience it. Yeah. I know, it's fun. I'm finding myself too. Thinking of my son, I would know, and I didn't really have too much of a, like, I didn't want to buy him things, so now for my daughter, I'm like, that headband, I can use that one. That's adorable. Yeah. Phenomenal. I feel like I've heard this name before, but I haven't actually. How does it work with you and David? So y'all are both female, so are y'all on the same, how do y'all balance? Do y'all both work together full time? Or what's that look like?
It's really kind of hard to collaborate and kind of work together. With the recording yeah, we're gonna work that for me, but we'll do it together. It's not my thing. So we know it's kind of going through the a lot of the stuff that he does, so
And how long have you been in real estate? Hey, y'all gonna build off each other's skills. Yeah. Oh, that's so awesome. My wife and I are talking about, I'm launching my agency in 3 months, and part of that is bringing her on too, so I'm so curious to learn from y'all the dynamic of working with your spouse. So
it's really neat. Yeah, because people like to see that connection of people like it. Behind the scenes, it is just like, I have I have my office, just kind of working together. But it's kind of learning each other's
It probably takes you to a whole different level, right? You're living it there. That's so cool.
And you were saying
these kids, my character, you learn that you didn't want to learn. When you raise your hands, how can you afford 6 years of life? You can set you for a future. Where the recruiter like you, I did not get survive. I had to find Jesus and let him find one I hear go birds and everything. Lane Johnson. His wife just kept laughing at Glad Patricia's having fun at the bid. I was like, somebody there.
Yeah, no, and she said Debbie was there earlier before you came in here. And she said, we didn't have any pamphlet or anything about the birthday. I said, well, I didn't know. I figured Annika and April was going to like, if I knew, giving me an article would prepare that way. But like, Mark, we didn't know. So for next year,
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm pretty Patricia. We'll see what. Yeah, she's done this before, so yeah. Yeah. But you know, I was checking in on that. Thank you.
I wanted to take a shot, but I think it was great. He was in the hospital this morning. He was sitting up there. He was like, I was like, yeah, he's like,
Might be outside chatting.
Do you have
There's 5 people on it now. But it's being recorded on YouTube, so there. Yeah. I texted her last night about it, and no one responded. So. I mean, they see a camera. Because
Such a fun conversation with Debbie, Gary, and then
That was my old franchise. Anywhere. What's the logo? Yeah, so that was the parent company that owns ERA, Century 21, Global Banker, Sotheby's, and Home Garden. So they spent millions changing it from Trilogy as the parent company to Anywhere. And now they get bought out. So you imagine how much money they just spend on our franchise money. All agents are all paid their franchise fee. Think about campaign, how much the consultants pay for the how much money they spend.
Well, and then even all the realtors themselves having to change their marketing and technology. But anywhere you would actually
Yeah, parent company, whenever you have a public available. Everybody, color, public company. That's what owns Century 21 for the parent.
I'm wondering if we're doing that. Still have brick and mortars. Not changing your
We'll have a meeting with Nicole by training them. Come back and forth. Any trash? Any trash? Thank you.
Hi everyone, I just want to remind you that we have some artists out in the lobby creating on-the-spot poetry for you to be inspired by. It's free, and I'm going to read mine right now. I gave them a prompt. And out of the shadows and into the spotlight, strong in heart, mind, and voice. So go grab yourself a poem to be inspired by, put it on your mirror, and remember SHiNE 2026 by. Thank you.
So many questions.
very excited. Looking for really right next slide.
I don't know.
Be intentional. You gotta be intentional. You gotta figure out what you want to do. Bring those connections.
Connection I can do. On the team, I don't know much.
Not a team, sorry. Break those anchors out of Remax. Helping.
I don't want to not have.
So sweet.
Yeah, because they were my past clients, and so they were going to them and like, call Jacob. I don't know, maybe he'll give you some. Yeah, I kind of sad, like that was, like anyone I get, even when like people who already far from I think they take it. Of course. I mean, that's so real. Thank you. You bring so much value. Your work is so much, not get new, but I feel like, Oh, no, I appreciate it. But at least you know that we're together, so when you're helping her, you're helping us. So, which is nice. I know you just we're like, oh, Jacob's out there together. They're all over the That's a great idea. I'm looking forward to Friday. Professionalism should show. Might have not done much work on it, but I feel like you did a lot of it. Once the whole bag, everything's coming first. I'm about to go have a meal like I wasn't before the XP, I was in a very small brokerage called which I needed to get to work with them because I was doing a lot of marketing stuff. And when I met Trinity, I found my I know. And before I went to my started collaborating
Janet, yeah.
But at the same time, my husband runs a commercial business, so yeah, so I don't know if you Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah, once you get that going, we'll be able
I know it's such a need, especially in Austin. For one, this opportunity.
I enjoy looking at your pictures, everything you see mine.
I always love your making on to like actually see lives and stuff.
Like my family.
And so I do appreciate it. So I want to make sure I picked up for that. So thank you so much.
I'm always going to work it out. I just do my best. Like I'm sending it to you.
We'll always get our best shot.
Thank That's what I Let me grab my wallet. He doesn't want to make green grass. I get that. If we like get rid of the snow and just like
Please start making your way to your seats. The program will resume shortly.
I keep thinking you have a special superpower. Whatever that is, don't ever change that. Yeah, as a prospecting, of course. I just did the Levi. Yeah, he had like some event there.
Right. Well, as you are starting to make your way back into the room after lunch, having these stimulating conversations over the next couple minutes as we're sort of wandering in, I would love to hear from you in the audience. Hearing from you in the audience, how are we feeling? Who has had a major breakthrough today or an epiphany that they'd like to share with all of us? Was that a hand raise? Girl was like, no, I'm just fixing my hair. I did not put my hand up. That was not what that was. Well, if nobody says it, we're going to go on the hot seat. We're going to go on the hot seat. We're going to come over here. Okay. Just one word. What word? How are you feeling right now? Motivated. Motivated. I like that. Who else is feeling motivated? Good feelings, good feelings. Okay. How are we feeling over here at this table?
Very good, very good. Excited.
There we go. All right, I'm looking for some juicy substance here. Sir, you put your hand up. How are you feeling right now? Anything you want to share with us about what you're taking away?
Really exciting, enthused, and very anxious to put it in motion.
That's the key, right? Action is the antidote to despair. So, yes, all these feelings are good, but it is so critical that we do something about it. And the second we always take action, that feeling goes away, right? Because then you're in motion. I love that. Thank you. That reminds me, I got someone's business card while we were at lunch. And I need to email them immediately or else I'm going to forget about it. All right, exactly. All right, how are we doing over here? Beautiful people. Share with me a bit about takeaways, a revelation, insight. Oh gosh. Hi, Leanne.
Hi. I would say it's just been very motivating and inspiring and makes me excited for 2026.
Oh, those are all the words we were hoping for. How are you feeling?
I'm good. It's been a really great event, and I think Melissa did a really good job of putting it all together, and the speakers have been amazing so far, especially Renee, the way that he was able to catch and like hold the attention of everyone, and it's just kind of continued throughout every speaker, and I'm excited to learn more and the rest of it.
Awesome, I love that. Anyone have kind of a breakthrough moment or an epiphany or an aha, something you wrote down on your notes that you want to make sure you share with us? Because by saying it out loud, you're committing to it. Yes.
Connection comes through authenticity and vulnerability.
I love that. How do you lean in and cultivate vulnerability in your life?
I think it's about being open and honest. Not trying to be the perfect, give up perfect, and just be honest. So.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, we're coming off of like social media filters and everything has to look perfect. And I want to encourage you that the trend for this year is not about videos that look so polished, kind of like Renee Funk had mentioned, pick me, look at me, look at me. It's more about this is messy, this is raw, and this is the behind the scenes. That's what people are going to want to see this year is what are you doing behind the scenes to make it happen? People want to see what's behind the curtain and all of the uglier sides, because that's what makes us human. And when we do take off that veil and we show them what it really looks like, that's when we create those moments, because then someone says, oh my God, me too. I struggle with that also. So I highly encourage you as you are creating content, doing these things, that you show us, take us back behind the scenes, what's really happening. All right, let's get 2 more comments, 2 more breakthroughs, 2 more revelations. Yes.
So when Terrence in the beginning had us write out our vision for 2026, I'll just read you what I wrote down. I create wealth and possibility for others and have the ability to give where needed to provide experiences, environments, and breakthroughs. And what was interesting was he was talking about how we have our career and then our money needs to have a career. And I did a huge mindset shift from creating money in my own career to give those possibilities into taking that money I'm creating in my career and investing in other things to make that money always come. So it's not relying on just me and my career to provide for others and to provide those experiences. I can now identify in myself as an investor. And so that was really impactful for me, and it was my biggest aha today.
Woo. Thank you for sharing that. That's beautiful. All right, one more. Somebody got something. Yes. Okay, here we go.
So my name is Andrew from Northern California. It's not cold here, friends. Anyways, one thing that I really wanted to say is that I've learned today to not attach shame to my change as another real estate divorce statistic. So going through it.
I love that. And shame is so brave to identify, and that is one of the things that connects us to each other. So if you're feeling those things, put it out there, put it in the world. You never know who is feeling that way too. All right, well, let's give it up for our speakers today, our incredible venue, everyone in the production team who is putting this event on, Elizabeth Riley and team, and I'm gonna make you do one more thing. We have some birthdays in the house, and it wouldn't be an Elizabeth Riley sponsored event without acknowledging people in community together. So I would like to wish a shout out to Megan. Where are you? Megan. I think she's out making content. Margaret. Okay, we got Megan, we got Francis. Francis, it's your birthday today. Where are you? Happy birthday. I'd also like to say happy birthday to Debbie and to Lisa, who are sharing birthdays tomorrow. On the count of 3. Is it okay? Because Megan's not here. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Megan, Francis, Debbie, and Lisa. Happy birthday to you. Make sure that Megan knows that we just sang to her. Okay, on with the show. Wow, what a remarkable day so far of connection and momentum and motivation and just connecting the dots, I think, is really cool. So, what makes today special is this arrangement of people, the specific energy in the air, the outside influences that are shaping how we feel today. What a unique moment we get to experience. So take a second, look around to your neighbor, smile, hug, hold hands, cry, because that's how we get through, right? Together. And that's how we shine brighter. So thank you so much to Mindy, Jen, Red Velvet Events, the creative professionals running around here with cameras today, the AV team, and all of our incredible production help. All right, so being in this room is what makes today powerful, but what's even more effective, as we've already said, is how we respond and take the action afterwards in the check-ins, the blogs, the phone calls, the coffees, the event, and all of the creating to come. Now, I would like to take a deep breath and introduce our next speaker. From building a 6-figure business as a teenager to becoming a global authority on AI, he's consistently stayed ahead of the curve. He was the top worldwide sales agent at General Electric in his first year, later serving as COO of one of North Carolina's leading real estate brokerages. Then he went on to found the AI Academy, which now serves over 1,000 clients across 50 states and 23 countries. With an audience of more than 5 million, features on Fox, CBS, NBC, ABC, NPR, Good Morning America, and The Today Show. With a reputation as a best-selling author and top AI efficiency coach, his work is reshaping how professionals operate. Please give a big shining welcome to Phil Stringer.
Wow, what an intro. We need to take her on tour and do all the intros. That was quite nice, thank you. How are we feeling today? Good? All right, first thing, I want you to turn to your neighbor and I want you to tell them a compliment, first thing that pops in your head, go. Okay, now I want you to turn to the other neighbor and say, I'm sorry for not picking you first. You're clearly not my favorite, but you have a nice smile as a consolation prize, right? Now I want you to take a second seriously and look around this room. Try and catch as many faces as you can, as many eyeballs as you can. Look around this room. It's a room full of amazing people. Because every single person that you see right now is fighting a battle that you know nothing about. Every single person. Now, you can't know all the battles in this room. It's impossible. There's too many people. But you can make a difference in the lives of the people that you are next to by the most simple thing ever. And that's being kind. You can make a difference in someone's life just with an act of kindness. It could be a smile. It could be, hey, I'm really glad that you're here at SHiNE today. Sometimes that's all it takes, and we don't even know because we don't know the struggles that every single person are going through. And some of the happiest faces hide the hardest battles. Most people only show you what they want you to see. The filtered version, the version that we show online, the vacations, the highlight reel. That's what we normally show people. That's how we're comfortable. You think you know everyone, but the truth is that there's always something. Everyone in this room, there is something that you're struggling with or that you have struggled with that other people don't know, and you're struggling quietly, privately. Every single person in this room has a story. You have a story that I know maybe you haven't told it yet, but maybe you need to because it could change someone else's life. And normally I get to come in and I get to share the mind-blowing AI stuff, and it's fun, and then I get to leave, and everyone's like, that's amazing, I'm going to apply this to my business. And I am going to share with you guys some AI stuff today. But last night at dinner, it shifted for me, and I realized that there is a moment here at SHiNE that has a deeper purpose than just AI tools. And there's a story that needs to be told to this audience. There's someone here who came here, and there's a reason why I'm doing this. I don't know who it's for. It might be you. But I'm going to take the next few moments, and I'm going to share a story because we all have it. And this is mine. So on March 17th, 2022, this was 1,412 days ago. Have you ever lost something and you didn't know you were about to lose it? Yes. It was a shock. You didn't know it was going to happen, but you lost something that was so important to you. That was me 1,412 days ago. My life changed forever. That day will be marked for me. And maybe you have one of those days that you're thinking of, where you know the date, you know the time, something happened, it was unexpected, and you lost something. I came home from work that night. I was the chief operating officer of a mega team in North Carolina at the time. Came home from work, and I was kicked out of my own house. I had lost everything in a moment. No explanation, no plan, no clue. I walked out with a backpack, which is the same backpack I brought in here today, the clothes that I was wearing that day, and the car that I drove. And that was it. Now, in a single night, I lost everything. I lost my kids. I lost my wife. I lost my dream house, my savings, my dog, my business, my identity. Sounds like a country song, doesn't it? Everything that I thought made me a man, I had just lost, and I didn't know that I was going to lose it on that day. And I remember sitting in my car that night, and I was staring out the windshield of the car, and I asked myself a question that I never thought I would be weak enough to ask. And that was, is this worth surviving? I wanted to give up. I wanted to disappear. I did not want to live. That was 1,412 days ago. And maybe you've been there before where you have lost something where you're like, is this even worth surviving? You know that that's a real feeling. And I'd never felt that before, but it was real for me. Now I have 3 kids, 9, 7, and 4. And for the last 1,412 days, I have been fighting. Not for success, not for money, not for a stage, not for a platform, but I have been fighting to see my children. My youngest, Mila, she's 4 now. And until just a few months ago, I had never gotten to read her a bedtime story. I had never gotten to pray with her at night. I had never gotten to whisper in her ear, I love you, baby, sweet dreams. That was something that I didn't ever get to experience. For the first years of her life, I was absent. Not out of choice, but by force. Now you might be sitting here thinking, how on earth does that happen? The laws specifically in my county, In the county next door, it's not like this. But in my county, until you get a court-ordered judgment, whoever has possession of the kids has 100% custody. There is also no emergency custody order until you get a court order. And so for 4 years, I have been trying to see a judge. The system is that backed up in our county. So technically speaking, if you have the children and there is no court order yet, you could keep the children by law. I could go pick them up at soccer and keep them if I wanted to. I would never do that. But this is something that I've been fighting for 4 years, and I get up here and I talk about AI tools. This is not the normal presentation, okay? So that night in my car on March 17th, 2022, was one of the most difficult nights of my life. And to understand how I survived that night, we have to go back a little bit. This is Lil Phil. That's my rapper name, Lil Phil. I was raised in a tiny Amish town in Indiana, okay? Not a lot of money, not a lot of opportunity, and definitely not a lot of Wi-Fi. The fact that I'm in tech now is kind of funny. All right, but I was raised in this Amish town. Now, unfortunately, because of our strict rules and laws in our family, I did not have access to any education. And so that was difficult because there was no clear path out and I wasn't learning. And so I have 3 older sisters. I'm the youngest of 4. And some of the rules in our family was you could not date, you had to marry. And so they believed that if you held hands with someone or if you kissed someone, you were giving something away that should be your future spouses. And so oldest sister, she's 15 years old, and she decides she wants to date a guy. And I said, no, but you can get married to this guy. And he's 26 years old, so she got married. Second sister, same thing at 16 to a 33-year-old. And then third sister at 17. And I'm sitting here as a 14-year-old kid watching this happen. And it was normal to me. That was the norm. But I knew that I was made for something greater. I think we probably have a lot of high achievers in this room, if I were to guess, where you always know that you were made for something more. You were made for something great. It's just in you. You feel it. You know it. That was the young Phil Stringer. I didn't know how I was going to do it. I was completely uneducated. But I knew that I was made for something more, and even as a kid, I knew that. And so we had moved from this Amish town to North Carolina now, and I'm 14 years old. And I said, if I'm going to do something great, I need to go to college. That's what I thought. And if I need to go to college, I have to have education, and this is what I need to do. So I need to figure out a way to get my 9th grade books. And so I asked if that could be given to me, and the answer was no. And so I said, okay, I'm going to have to make this happen myself. And so we're at Sam's Club. You guys have Sam's Club in Texas, right? Yeah? Okay. We're at Sam's Club, and in North Carolina, it's a big college basketball place. There's the Tar Heels. Michael Jordan was a Tar Heel, so it's a big deal. There was this sign at Sam's Club, and it said Dean Smith, who was the coach of the Tar Heels when Michael Jordan was there. He's going to be here on Saturday to sign his new book called The Carolina Way. And I got an idea as a 14-year-old kid. And I went to my older sisters and I said, give me whatever money you have. I will pay you back next week with interest. And they gave me their money, and I bought as many of those books as I could buy with that money, and it was 4 books. I took those 4 back on Saturday. I waited in line, and I got them signed by Dean Smith. I kept one for myself. I took a picture of the other 3. And I posted them on this brand new website called ebay.com. And obviously I made profit because the books were signed. And so I used that money to purchase my own 9th grade curriculum that I taught myself. And then I thought, I'm going to have to do something else because there's not all these book signings everywhere. I need to do something else for 10th grade. So I started walking to garage sales. And I would buy things and flip them on eBay, and I got really good at learning what to buy it for, profit margins, right? What to not buy, what to purchase. I lost money on some, I made money on others, but I learned really quickly how to flip this and how to sell on eBay. And PayPal was new and all of that stuff, right? And so by the time I was 16, I had generated 6 figures on eBay. I ran away from home. I paid cash for a condo under the table, and to a family friend who was like, yeah, sure, ran my eBay business out of the condo, and I taught myself high school. That's how I put myself through high school. And so after this happened, I applied to the University of North Carolina at Greensboro, and I stand in front of the admissions board, and they said, we can't let you in. I said, what do you mean you can't let me in? They said, well, your transcripts are an Excel spreadsheet that you created. And I said, okay, yeah, no duh, like I taught myself, right? And so I had to stand there and beg the admissions board to give me a chance. I said, if you give me 1 semester, I promise you, I will be the best student on campus. They said, we'll call you, we'll let you know. 3 days later, they called me, and they said, okay, we're gonna give you 1 semester. But if your grades aren't amazing, then you're out. And so I go to my first college class, guys, and that college professor was the first teacher I'd ever had in class. My hand was shaking. My first exam, I got a 53. I was so nervous. And after that first exam, I said, you know what? My first thought was, this is too hard. You're dumb. You're not smart enough. They were right. You need to quit. And then I had a second thought. And that was, or I could spend the next 4 years of my life learning how to study, learning how to take notes, and just being the best student I possibly can. Cut TV, cut video games, didn't even watch the Super Bowl for those years. I was focused. And I graduated valedictorian. So 1,412 days ago, sitting in my car knowing that I had to build from nothing, I thought, if 14-year-old Phil can build from nothing, sure as hell 32-year-old Phil can do it too, because 14-year-old Phil has already been here before.
Amen.
Because that's the book, by the way. And that's the kid. If he could do it, as scared as he looks, with his label printer for the boxes right behind him. And I don't know, is that a Beanie Baby? Yeah, it's a Beanie Baby. If he could do it, and he had nothing, then I could do it too. And so if I was going to stay alive that night, I had to basically learn from 14-year-old Phil and do it again. And so, you know when you open up your phone on Facebook, it will refresh the feed. Like you open it up, it'll refresh and then you give it something new. I hadn't looked at my phone in a while. I was sitting there in the car that night, March 17th. And I opened up my phone, and Facebook was the app that had been open, so it refreshed my Facebook feed, and it refreshed to an ad for a Tony Robbins event. It was actually the Build event that was in Dallas, where Tony Robbins spoke in 2022. And Tony said something in that ad that they were running for that event. He said, emotion comes from motion. The way you move determines the way you feel, and most of us don't move anymore. And that hit me, sitting in that car, like a gut punch, because I realized I hadn't moved in weeks, if I was being honest with myself. And if I was being truthful with myself, I hadn't moved in years. I had coasted, but I hadn't truly moved. I wasn't living. How many of you, if you're being honest with yourself, and you don't have to answer this, but intellectually, inside of your mind, know that you haven't moved in weeks, months, maybe years? You're not living, you're fading. You're coasting, you're accepting average for your life. You're accepted being treated average from other people. I wasn't living, I was fading. But when that quote from Tony hit me, something shifted. I had no money, my accounts were drained, I had no plan. I had no hope, but I took a credit card and I purchased a ticket to that event. And I said, August 25th, 2022, that was the date of the event. This is the day that I am going to live for. And if nothing changes by then I'm done. But that one thing gave me hope that night to live for that one day. And so from then, March 17, 2022, I lived for August 25th. August 25th, if I can make it to August 25th. So June 20th, 2022, 1,318 days ago, just a few months after everything had happened, I get a phone call around 7 p.m., and it was from an eXp Realty agent, and someone I barely knew, but they said, hey, we've got this event called Shareholders in Orlando, and I am now unable to go because of a family emergency. I don't know why, but I think you need to be there, and no charge, just take my ticket. Now, I know what you might be thinking, like, okay, they were trying to recruit you. I was already an eXp agent at that point. They weren't trying to recruit me. It was truly an act of kindness. And so I thought, you know what? I would have normally said no because I didn't have enough money for a flight. But I remembered Tony's words and I said, I need to move. I need to take action and I need to move. And so I drove through the night, 600 miles to Orlando. And I went to this shareholders event in 2022 out of an act of kindness. Now, you guys might remember if you went to that event, I know there's some EXP people in the room. This event was held at the Rosen Shingle Creek Hotel. I did not have money to stay at said Rosen Shingle Creek. Even the sound of it, Rosen Shingle. Look, I had to drive here, okay? I went to this conference because I knew I had to move. And what people didn't know is I stayed in the parking lot of that conference because I didn't have money to sleep in the hotel. But I knew that I had to move. And I didn't even know why I was there. I felt like 14-year-old Phil knew why I was supposed to be there, but I didn't know yet. And so I said, okay, I'm gonna move, I'm gonna do it, I can't explain it, but something is looking for me and I don't know what it is. And that's when I made a promise to myself and to a few people who I had just met at the conference. I said, I'm speaking at this conference next year. And I put it out into the universe, and I said, I am going to speak at this conference next year. And I could tell on their faces, like, a little bit of pity, like, oh, yeah. I bet you are, little buddy. Yeah. But I put it out into the universe. I said, I'm going to. Like, this is what I'm going to do. This is my goal. This is what I want to do. Now, August 25th, you might remember this was the day I was living for, right? This was the day of the Tony Robbins event. And I go to Dallas for this event. I didn't know a soul. And I sit down, I'm next to two people I don't know. And there's a guy on my left and a guy on my right. And Tony said something that changed everything for me. He said, I want you to take out your phone and I want you to write down two things. One that would change your personal life and one that would change your business life. It's easy to do, you could have done it, you just haven't taken action on it yet. Something that's simple that you could do right now. And so I took out my phone and I wrote down the thing for personal, I wrote down the thing for business. And he said, now turn to the person next to you and tell them. Now this guy, I turned to my left because when I sat down, this guy on my left said something to me when I sat down. He put his hand up my leg and he said, man, I'm really glad you're here. Out of an act of kindness, it was nothing to him. But I hadn't heard someone say those words in a long time to me. I felt forgotten, I felt unloved, and he had no idea. Well, he ends up being EXP Canada John Sy, by the way. I had no idea who he was. And so I turned to my left, and I said to John, I said, well, these are the two things that I wrote down. And he looks at me and goes, are you actually going to do those things, or is it going to sit in your notes like all the other things? I was like, wait, who is this guy? Excuse me? And he said, if you're serious, because the first thing I wrote down for my personal was hire a health coach. I was completely depressed. I would go home from work, turn off the lights and sleep. On weekends, I wouldn't even get out of bed. I was eating horribly, wasn't active. My health had gone out the window. I was so depressed. And so I said, I need to hire a health coach. And he said, okay, if you're serious about this,
You'll text this guy right now. He gave me a number to a health coach. His name's Chris DeVecchio. He changed my life. He saved my life. He's helped me mentally, physically, in business and everything. But if I hadn't made that connection, I would never have gotten connected with Chris. And then the second thing that I had written down was for business. And I said, I need to put all of this AI knowledge into some type of course to give to people because I know I can help agents. And it was in my brain, but it wasn't on paper. And ChatGPT wasn't even out yet. Like, people were not thinking AI at that point. And so I wrote those two things down on August 25th, 2022, that day that I was holding on to. And so him saying out of an act of kindness, hey, I'm glad you're here. It's not hard for us to do, but it meant everything to a 32-year-old who was going through hell and no one knew, right? So I want to take you to April 19th of 2023. And April 19th of 2023, there's a friend of mine who was in Hollywood, and he said, hey, I know you're going through a hard time, so out of an act of kindness, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I bought you a flight to come to California, and I want to meet with you and have dinner. And I was like, okay. He said, I know you don't have money. I bought your flight. I bought your hotel. Dinner's on me. Just come have dinner with me. So I hopped this flight to California from North Carolina, by the way. And I sit down and he said, all right, take your phone out. I'm like, oh gosh, what's up with the take your phone out there? He said, I want you to write down the goals that seem absolutely impossible from now, April 19th of 2023, until the end of the year. Like, total dream scenario. And so I wrote them down, and I thought it was crazy. But I went back to this screenshot, and I want to show you guys. This is the actual note. Phil's 2023 commitment says April 19th, 2023 to December 31st. By January 1st, I wanted to buy a new car that didn't break down all the time. I wanted a Genesis GV70 at the time. Hit the gym 5 days a week. Travel 6 times to speak at events helping agents with AI. And I wanted 10 coaching clients in my academy, thinking I could help 10 agents. And that was dream scenario, had no idea, didn't think it would happen. And that was the screenshot. That was my receipt of the belief that I had in myself. Before any of the stage appearances, before any of the success, I had this note in my phone, a vision back from nothing but motion. It was just motion and moving. And here's what I want to say to all of you in the room. You don't need a guarantee. You just need a goal and the guts to move. That's all you need. That's all you need. Because when you write down the vision, and you back it with action, dreams come true. When you back it with action, your dreams come true. So May 18th, 2023, this is 986 days ago. This was almost exactly 1 year after I slept in the parking lot at the Rose and Shingle Creek Hotel. This was shareholders of 2023, which was the last one they did, by the way. I walk into that event, not as someone sleeping in the parking lot, but as a speaker. When I said I would speak on that stage. Now, a funny little caveat. Elizabeth Riley, that was the day that I met Elizabeth, because she was doing this thing called X Camp, where they pulled people up and let them talk. And so the actual first time I ever spoke was for X Camp, because Elizabeth pulled me up and said, you need to share your stuff. So right here, this woman pulled me up. Now, that year, you're like, how did he get on stage? Well, that year they decided to do something fun and different. You guys might remember. They said, hey, we're going to vote for whoever you want to speak. And whoever gets the most amount of votes, we'll put on stage for some time. And so I think my mom voted for me 17,000 times, not gonna lie, okay? But I ended up getting the most amount of votes because at that point, ChatGPT had just come out. AI was this huge topic, and people wanted to hear about AI. So they're like, who are you, and what are you going to talk about? Excuse me? But I got 20 minutes to share some of my AI strategies at this event, and it was the first time that I'd ever done that. What Elizabeth didn't know, and I don't even think she knows to this day, she's about to find out. That day when I met her, she pulled me up on stage for X Camp. I was 14 days away from being evicted. I had put my rent on credit cards because I was still paying for the home for my ex-wife, and she had my kids that I'm not going to stop paying. So I was paying for her car, her house, all of her bills. And then anything left I had to live on, and I couldn't afford rent. So I had to start putting rent on credit cards. Well, if you do that, by the way, you will run out of credit line and credit cards pretty quick. So I was out. And I was 14 days away from being evicted. She didn't know that. I don't even know. Did you know that at all? Did I end up telling you later? Okay. After the fact. So I have told you. Okay. Not as dramatic, but it's fine. You should have just said yes. 14 days away on that stage, and I go home from that event. After I spoke on stage, it was like, it resonated with everyone. They were like, this is amazing, like this AI stuff is, like I get it now, and people were so accepting of what I had shared. And so I go home, and it's the Monday after the event, I get a call from a real estate agent in California, and she said, I wasn't there, I didn't hear it, but I cannot stop hearing your name the last few days. What did you do? And so I kind of told her, she goes, I would love for you to teach my agents. I'm doing a Zoom, there'll be about 500 agents. Can you just do the same thing you did for shareholders? I was like, yeah, I'll send you my calendar link, we'll make it happen. She goes, oh no, it's in 20 minutes. And I was like, okay, yes, but you have to let me pitch my course. I didn't have a course. Now, I had been compiling everything, remember, from the Tony event. And so I had it all done. I never sold it. And she was like, okay, how much is your course? Well, I needed $1,200 by June 1st to not be homeless. And so I said, well, it's $1,200. And she goes, okay. So I gave as much value as I could for an hour. I ran to my computer and I made this QR code with like a Stripe checkout thing. And I just said, hey, if you want to go deeper, $1,200, here's this program, and I'll walk you through it. I thought if I could get one, that I wouldn't be homeless. And so I log off that call, I take my phone off the DND, and I did make enough to pay rent for the next 19 years. So that's what I ran into in my inbox. Those are Squarespace orders for $1,200. $267,000 in 1 hour. And I went from almost homeless to in demand. And I had way more clients than I knew what to do with. And so for me, it was this shift of, I started crying, obviously. I was like, what on earth? And I want you to hear me clearly. This did not happen because I was lucky. It happened because I moved. Because I believed in myself before anyone else did. And maybe there's no one who believes in you right now, in the dream that you have. But if you believe in yourself, and you take action and move on what you know is true, that's when dreams come true, because you are the person that puts the reps in when no one's watching. I cut out distractions. For 3 years, I didn't watch TV because 14-year-old Phil did that when he was trying to get through school. So I built this AI business, and for 3 years, I did not watch TV. I cut out all distractions, and I focused on helping agents use AI to save more time and to make more money. Every dream in your life starts with a decision, it starts with a seed, and unshakable faith. So I want to show you something, because I took you through my screenshot. This is what I wrote down that would be impossible in those few months. This is what happened by January 1st of 2024. I said I wanted to buy a new car that didn't break down all the time. That was the car that I was able to get, which was, an amazing blessing for me. I wanted to hit the gym 5 days a week. Clearly, look at me, right? I wanted to travel 6 times to speak at events to help agents with AI. Definitely did that year. I wanted 10 clients in the AI Academy. We did not quite hit that goal, but we did get 752 clients in all 50 states and 23 countries in just those few months to launch, right? But this is what I want you to focus on right here. You don't have to wait until your life depends on it to take massive action like your life depends on it. My back was up against the wall and I had to. But did I have to wait to move? I could have made the same decisions at any moment Is it helpful that my situation pushed me to a place of yes, and you might get there, but what I want to show you is you don't have to be at the very, very bottom to take massive action like your life depends on it. And that's where the power comes from, deciding to move in an incredible way, even when you don't feel like it. And so people say to me now, hey, you're so lucky. You built this multi-7-figure business in literally 12 months. And I smile because what they're seeing now is the fruit. They didn't see the roots. Yeah. They didn't see the 3 years of not watching TV. They didn't see the nights in the parking lot at the Roseland Shingle Creek Hotel. They didn't see me falling asleep in my car, crying myself to sleep, going through the hardest times of my life. And so if you are looking at someone else's success right now and comparing it to your current struggle, don't. Your success is coming, but it grows in the dark. The way you move determines the way you feel, so move. I took massive action like my life depended on it because it did, but here is the thing, you don't have to wait until I made that decision, and now life isn't quite as crazy. I'm actually sleeping in hotel mattresses, which is great. I'm not sleeping in a car, right? Wonderful. I'm watching TV now. I actually decided to turn the TV back on, and I actually recorded the moment I turned the TV on. This was the first thing that popped up. It was this news broadcast. And so I'm living this life that is totally different than before. Hell, I'm even dating now. I got back in. I'm dating now, which is wonderful. I actually have a picture of her. Yeah, there you go. That's Sarah. She's actually sitting right there, by the way. She came all the way to Texas. Does she look familiar, by the way? Yeah.
Look, when you see something you like, you go for it, right? This is all about moving, right? You gotta take action.
Winning isn't the end, and failure isn't either. If you failed, it's not the end. What really matters is having the guts to keep going. So I want you to become very clear on what your why is. And then I want you to take massive action, like your why depends on it. This is my why. So your whole life can change in a moment from one decision, from one conversation, from one act of kindness. Your whole life can change. And someone else's life, you could be the act of kindness that they have been praying for. So which brings me to a full circle moment again. On August 25th of 2025, which if you remember, August 25th was the day that I was living for. I was asked to speak at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, to teach AI to the students. Full circle moment, the same college, the same book, Dean Smith, all of it from that moment. On that day, the school that started it all. And now the reason why I put the numbers on the screen, you might think that's weird, but there's a purpose to the number of days on every slide. It's because I want you to see what's possible in a short period of time. Amen. I want you to see that your life can change in a moment, that your dreams are closer than they think. And all of us face battles that no one else knows about. We have dreams that we haven't shared with other people, that have been living. Have you ever wondered what happens to unborn dreams? They die. Dreams that are not born? Now, I'm not talking about those dreams that fail. I'm not talking about the ones that fail. I'm talking about the dreams that you never dare to start. What happens to those? The ones that are locked away, that are boxed up, that are forgotten. Did anyone watch the original Indiana Jones? Yes? We have some Indiana Jones fans? Do you guys remember at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark how Indiana Jones finally discovers, the Ark, and instead of experiencing the potential, the government packs it away into this warehouse? Do you guys remember at the end? This is the scene at the end. So they find this Ark that's extremely powerful, and then they box it away among thousands of crates, forgotten and unseen. Now that warehouse is exactly how most of us treat our biggest dreams. Hidden away, boxed up, forgotten, not because those dreams aren't powerful in themselves, but because we didn't take the courage or the discipline to move. You see, there are three types of dreams. That have been born in your own life. You've never shared with someone else, but it's something that happened to you. There are dreams that die. And I'm sorry, friends, but the dreams that have died, sometimes there's nothing that you can do about those. I had a dream for years to tuck in my youngest daughter, and I didn't get that. I missed out on 4 years so far of my kid's life. I can't get that back. Sometimes dreams that are dead, I'm sorry, but there's nothing that you can do. But there is hope, because there's a third dream. And that's the dreams that are still waiting. That's the dreams that are unborn in your heart. I still have a dream, and my dream hasn't come yet for my kids. And I've learned that this type of dream, the dream that's waiting, is the one that has the most potential to either be the greatest opportunity for you or the most tragic disappointment in your life. Because one of the most devastating things in the world is a dream that remains unborn. The good news is that we can often fully control the outcome of these unborn dreams. It comes down to our dedication, our courage, and our willingness to move. So my dream is still waiting for my children. And I could sit here and complain about how I lost 4 years and how it hasn't been birthed yet. Or I can focus my energy on making this unborn dream a reality with my commitment. And so, friends, in 13 days, I will be standing in front of a judge. Yes. After 4 years of waiting. So I want to end this section with this. If you have a dream that is unborn, a dream that's waiting for whatever reason it might be, I want you to know that all of your wildest dreams can come true in just a short number of days. But the choices that you make right now in the middle of the pain, that's what determines if you will rise or stay stuck. You can lay down and quit. You can freeze in fear. Or you can decide that today, right here at SHiNE, January 28th, 2026, this is the day that you took massive action to build your dream. So take massive action like your life depends on it. And be kind to others like their life depends on it. Because some of the happiest faces hide the hardest battles. Now, I have 5 minutes left. And I want to share with you a couple AI tips and tricks. And you might be like, why would he Weird transition, bro. But I do believe that using AI in your business to save time and make money is the catalyst that could help you with your dream. So to me, it all ties in and it makes sense, okay? Now, do I have a ton of time to go through a ton of cool things? No. But I do want to share with you just a few tips and tricks, something that can hopefully inspire you. And then I'm also doing a free webinar next week on how to get ChatGPT to say that you're the best when someone says, hey, who's the best real estate agent or whatever in my area. We'll get you that link because you guys should all figure that out. It's an amazing training. It's 1 hour. I don't have time to do that. But I do want to share with you just a couple of things because I believe it's all connected. So here's what I'm going to do. I want to point out one feature. Everyone's using ChatGPT. Yes? Yep. I want to point out a feature that some of you might be using, probably no one is using correctly, Easiest thing, you don't have to pay for anything. This is a free feature, but we're not utilizing it to the best of our abilities. I want you to take pictures of these, okay, because they're prompts that you can copy and paste in, okay? But who's using deep research? Are we using a couple of us? Okay. When you go to ChatGPT, actually let me just do it so you can see it, because I'm a visual person. If you go to ChatGPT, this little plus button here, does everyone see that? You can click on this and you have different options. One of them is deep research. Now, you click on deep research, and this gives you a different response than a normal response. What does this do? It takes sometimes 5 to 10 minutes even to give you a response. It doesn't just give you a response like normal. But what it does is it goes out and it scrapes the web for hundreds of different sources of live data of what's happening right now, and it gives you a 20-page report of everything that you need to know. So you could use deep research for everything. Your personal life, you need to buy a new car. Like, hey, this is what I want a van, and I need it to be this many miles or less with this and this and this and this average safety rating. Go out and compare everything for me. It does all the research for you. It's like a research assistant, okay? If you're buying a new phone, hey, do I really need to upgrade to the new iPhone model? I have the 16. What are the differences? Full comparison. A lot of ways you can save time with this thing. But for me, I always want to know how can I use it for business. And so I'm going to share with you 10 slides that I want you to take pictures of, because I'm going to go quickly. And I'm going to share with you these 10 slides of how you can use deep research in your business. And a lot of these work for real estate, okay? Because I know there's a lot of real estate people in the room. But I'm not giving you an exhaustive list. I'm trying to inspire you on what is possible, because if you see something you're like, oh, I didn't know it could do that, maybe you'll think about another way that you could use it. Okay, is that fair? Not an exhaustive list, but something that will hopefully inspire you. And so here's what I'm going to click through. Take pictures of these. This is use case number 1, and this is what I use all the time. It's a competitor analysis. So what you're going to say, the prompt is, here are 3 competitors' websites. Now you could do 5, you could do 2, you could do 1, you don't have to do 3. But you paste in the links of your competitors. What's missing from their marketing? How can I stand out and win more customers? What it does is it goes out and it scrapes your competitors' websites, tells you exactly what they're doing, they're offering, their marketing, and then it tells you how you can do better. Okay? This is amazing, especially for real estate, if you put in any type of competitor, whether it's a company or an individual agent. Okay? Use case number 2 would be research industry trends. What trends are showing up in, you could say real estate or whatever industry you're in 2026, how does that compare to 2025? What should I change or add to my strategy to stay ahead? Number 3, customer objection breakdown. You could say, what are the top 5 objections buyers in real estate, whatever industry you're in, have when buying your product or service? How are smart brands handling them? Full report on how to handle the top objections in 2026. Number 4 is lead magnet and offer research. This is what free resources, lead magnets, or offers are working best in your industry right now. Give me 5 ideas with titles and delivery formats. This one's killer. Number 5, high converting ad and funnel research. Show me the best performing ads and funnels in industry right now. Break down the hook, the offer, and the structure so I can build one like it. Number 6, top performer teardown. Who are the top players in industry? You can even put in a specific area or market if you want to. What are they doing right? Analyze their homepage, their offers, their positioning, so I can build a better version. Really good. Number 7, audience pain point research. What are the biggest complaints, frustrations, or pain points customers in industry talk about in 2026? Summarize what most people want right now. What this is doing is it's going out and it's actually pulling real comments from places like Reddit, Quora, YouTube comments, and it's pulling real things that customers in your industry are saying now for some things that they're frustrated with, their pain points. So it's real data. It's incredible. Number 8 is a pricing strategy validation. What pricing strategies are winning in this industry this year? Should I price low, mid, or premium based on current trends and audience behavior? Number 9, a market comparison. Compare my market or niche to another market. What are the pros, cons, and growth opportunities? Should I pivot or expand? And then number 10, platform and channel research. What platforms, TikTok, YouTube, podcasts, etc., are driving the most traffic and leads for industry? Again, you can put it in your market as well. in 2026, how should I adjust my content plan? Do you see how you can use this thing differently than how other people are using this thing? I would encourage and challenge all of you to play around with these. Also think of ones that would make sense for your industry and your market. Amazing research that you can get from this. Now, I'm going to leave you with this because I am out of time, but this has probably been the highest impact on my business, and it's agent mode. Has anyone used agent mode? No. Okay, same plus button that I showed you. Yeah. There's something that's called agent mode that you initiate. What agent mode does is it pulls up a browser, it can move a mouse, it can click, and it can type. It can do anything that an employee could do. I booked my flight using agent mode. I just said, I need a flight going from here this day. It goes out. I've booked hotels. I've had it buy me a shirt and deliver it to my hotel because I forgot to pack something, okay? Agent mode's incredible. But this right here has changed the game for me, and I'm going to tell you how this works. This is your prompt, okay? Build me a virtual advisory board trained on, you put in the 5 names if you could ask anyone in the world to be on your board for your company and they were forced to say yes. Alive or dead, doesn't matter. For each mentor, research public sources, books, talks, blogs, interview, capture core principles and decision frameworks, go-to strategies and playbooks, typical red flags and deal breakers, memorable rules of thumb, keep all the source links. Then it says output, this is what I want, 1 profile per mentor, 20 to 50 pages for each mentor, explaining exactly who they are and how they decide. Sections, who they are, core beliefs, how they decide, common plays, what they avoid, checklist to apply their lens, citation style distilled, not fluffy. You put that in, and now you get 20 to 50 pages on each of your mentors that you want on your board. And has anyone ever made a custom GPT in ChatGPT before? If you haven't, that's okay. But what you can do is you load in those 5 documents that has all the knowledge and belief, and you ask any business question to your virtual advisory board, and it tells you what you should do based on the knowledge of whoever you want on your board. I even have my board vote on my big decisions, and it tells me who voted what based on their principles. It is an incredible tool to have Robert Kiyosaki on your board, okay? So, why do I share emotional into AI? Again, I believe that AI for me helps my dreams come true. It's just applying it the right way. So why do I go into some quick AI stuff after the emotion? Because I believe this, used the right way, could be the catalyst to your dreams coming true. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
Oh my God, Phil, I was there at that conference in 2022 as well, and what has happened from now to then to get onto the stage back then, I was behind a camera on that day, and oh my God, this theme of movement just keeps coming up. So as we're about to move again into a little bit of a coffee break and a sweet treat, 2 things. We have these poets outside, and maybe you think it's silly, but give them some of the words that you're hearing today, that you're writing down, that you're feeling stirring inside you. Give it to them. They're going to turn it into something that you can pin and see and remind you of the feeling that you're having right now to carry with you into the next couple weeks as you take action on what is moving you and what your service is going to be. Also a reminder, Renee Rodriguez has some books for sale outside in the lobby as well. We are taking a brief 15-minute coffee and sweet treat. Please go get refreshed so we can come back here and just nail it for the rest of the day. Thank you so much, everyone.
okay. I was like, okay, wait, but I'm not crazy.
I didn't believe it until I saw it. They just launched it last August.
That's not easy. That's not easy. How you doing? Good to see everybody, in person, not on our little Brady Bunch boxes.
I mean, this is a setup, right?
So Daniel helped with so many things. We're on the North Texas event planning committee.
Okay.
And every time we do events, Daniel always volunteers
Well,
to
look,
help with our.
it's evident that he's got it going on. He's got his own power supply. He's got his own extension cord. He's got his own secondary power supply.
Yeah.
He's got this awesome tripod that fits his camera perfectly.
You want to know what to use and what works.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And so he's capturing all the speakers.
He's really every time we have an event. And I mean, he's a volunteers.
And I see he's got his quad over there.
Yeah.
He's
got it on, so yeah. And he's always making live videos and connecting, and he'll have it up like probably today. So usually he'll put it on Facebook or iTunes. depends on what it is. We have EXP and TX group and it all. Yeah. So today I don't know where Elizabeth was. He's probably sent the link to Elizabeth. So I'm seeing him out of
Wes Riley, yes. Elizabeth's my it's her 100%. I just feel on the floor while she's doing what she does. So
that's what we all have to be. Yeah, that's why I wanted what's cool about it. It's like anyway, yeah. Check this in.
Yeah, I'll find him here in a second whenever he's. So I think the creator it's cool when you feel also, so it's not having yes.
Please take your seats. The program will resume shortly. Please take your seats. The program is about to resume.
Sorry.
He's already known that I'm big on energy. When I first shook his hands, when I shook hands with this guy, I was like, I told Jeff, I was like, so there's something about this guy. I like this dude, you know? Now, yeah, I'm ready. She has her antennas.
Well, I mean,
I was in I'm actually starting this class again tomorrow.
Dylan was the moderator on that panel. You know him?
One thing I did after I did that.
All right, settling in, settling in. Settling in, settling in, settling in. Settling in. We're gonna do something that I like to do before I go on camera, which is just one round of box breathing, right? Call attention to the room. We're gonna take a deep breath in for 4, hold for 4, out for 4, hold for 4. Deep breath in. Hold. Exhale. Hold. Amazing. I think you have heard the message that now is not the time to play small, to play quietly. We must move loudly. We need to make the videos. We need to spark and create joy. We must share our knowledge, take our expertise, and serve. Because when we offer up our presence in abundance, the resulting returns are overflowing. I don't want to misquote, but I forget who said this, but when the riches come, they'll come so fast that they'll make you wonder where they've been all those lean years. So that's what we do at My Business Blended Sense every day. We give business owners tools they need to tell stories on video, anytime, everywhere, because we believe the world is your studio. The best place that you can affect change is where your feet are right now. So as we arrive at the final speaker of our experience, I would like to take a moment of appreciation for all of the speakers. Everybody who facilitated this event today, thank you so much. Thank you to Elizabeth and the SHiNE team for having me here today. And of course, thank you to you for fostering this environment, for being receptive, for looking up from your phones and offering up your authenticity. And yeah, that's what we got. Because as leaders, our final voice, leaders, our final voice is one who does truly embody what SHiNE stands for. Here we go. She is a powerhouse at the intersection of integrity, growth, and service, with a 20-year career in real estate, national and international speaking stages, a track record that puts her in the top 0.1% of agents at eXp Realty among the 90,000 professionals worldwide. She is the only 10-time icon agent around the world. And
and she is the recipient of multiple leadership honors, including the Icon Excellence in Leadership Award and the inaugural Outstanding Leadership Award. But beyond the numbers, she is known for building people as fiercely as she builds businesses. She serves as Chief Creative Growth Officer at Blended Sense, co-founder of Leadership from the Heart, and a champion for women, community, and value-driven leadership. So please, to close out SHiNE today, would you rise to your feet and give a powerful welcome to our final speaker of the day.
Wow. I just have to take this all in because it's been a very emotional day for so many reasons. Emotional in a good way, by the way. The speakers, I know them all very well. I know their stories very well. And to see them just come and share so freely is pretty awe-inspiring. And my clicker. It's me. I'm the problem. Tech challenges my middle name.
Mike.
Okay. Carol, let me fix it. Hi. This is called improv. No. I just want to say, wow. And looking at this room, there are no words for me.
Point it that way.
Literally. I'm going to tell y'all a story. In October of 2025, end of the month, I was at an event in Florida, and I left the event and was back at my hotel with my friend Renee, and we happened to run into Renee Rodriguez, and I was flustered and I was frustrated, and so the three of us went and we went to a coffee shop and just sat in the back booth just to unwind and not be in the middle of the chaos, if that makes sense. And he asked me, he goes, what are you frustrated about? I said, here's what I'm frustrated about. I'm frustrated that all these people come across the globe and we go into these rooms and we get into these conversations and we are surrounded by incredible people. And there's no real substance. There's no real takeaway. It's all about, literally that event was mostly, look at me, I'm so great, and here's why. And what really focused on that event for me and where my frustration was is none of us succeed alone. And if you're having all these people and you have an opportunity and a responsibility from the stage, what are you going to leave them with so they were smarter or they were better than when they walked in the room? And I felt like it was a lost opportunity. I was so frustrated and I sat there. And Renee Rodriguez, this is very confusing with these Renees in my life, by the way. I have two Phils, I have two Renees. We have my Jen and her Jen, and like we have all these people. Renee Rodriguez said, just talk. And so I did, because I was safe. You guys know what I'm talking about when you're in a safe space and you can just be free and talk freely. And I did, just the three of us. And he was just recording it. He said, what would you do differently? And I said, if I had a stage that was my stage, and I say my intentionally, it would be one where everybody shines, where everybody can come together and they shine in their own life and bring people together to do the same. So he said, so when are you going to create your own stage? So here's the funny thing about that when you're challenged. There's this thing called imposter syndrome, and you get in your head, and you're like, okay, maybe I said too much. Yeah, sure. I said, sure, I'll do that. Okay, I'll do that. He goes, okay, when? And I said, oh, I don't know. We're here, I'll figure it out. He took my calendar, he said, open up your calendar, let's find a date. And we looked at the date, and he said, oh, January. Now remember, this is end of October. He
He said, January, that looks like a really great date. And he said, what would you call it? I said, that's when he came off SHiNE. And I said, but who would the speakers be? And Renee Funk was sitting there, and he looked at Renee and he goes, you know her heart. Wouldn't you speak at her event? She's like, of course, without question. Phil Stringer and I, Phil shared obviously a lot, which was amazing, and I know a lot of you connected with him in a different way. Phil and I talked along the way too about, hey, we could do some events together, we could do something different. AI is great, but what if we pulled in Phil's way of doing talking like AI? So Phil said, I'm going to speak at whatever event, let's do something. And then Renee Rodriguez said, and I'm coming to it. So it looks like you've got the speakers. All of these people I just named, and then Terrence wasn't in the mix yet, but all these people I just named are sought after speakers. They are on stages all the time with Tony Robbins, with Ed Milet, with Phil Jones, with big names, big people. And I had to sit there and say, why are they coming to this stage? Why would they come to this stage? And sometimes, I say this all the time, sometimes people have to believe in you more than you believe in yourself. And I believe in a lot of people. And my coach has told me in the past, sometimes that's a challenge because I believe in people so much, and I'm so excited for what I see, and they don't see it and they're not ready for it. So Renee and Phil, in that moment, put a mirror up for me to look in the mirror. And I felt safe, and I knew no matter what happened, if it was going to be a room of 5, it was going to be the best room of 5 we've ever seen.
That's right.
So when I say wow, I look around, and each and every one of you are in this room for a reason. And so many people came to me, and this is not even my presentation yet, so get ready, sorry. Renee Rodriguez is like, what's your story? I was like, I don't know. He's like, make up a story. Well, I've got a lot of coaching from Renee, obviously. But I look around this room, and when people would ask me what's SHiNE about, for me it was simple. And we went to George, who is an incredible graphics artist, and I was talking to George, and I was telling him my idea and my vision. And sometimes when you're a creative and you're a visionary, you can't really articulate what you're trying to convey. George captured it in this logo and all the branding, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
I love this logo because it encompasses everything I was hoping for, and each individual person is that eye shining in the middle. So then I called Terrence. Terrence is my brother from another mother. You can tell we look a lot alike. He got the eyelashes on. And I said, here's what I'm trying to do. And he goes, what's SHiNE about? I said, I just want people to come together, and I want leaders to be poured into. Because we're always pouring into others. And you can't pour from an empty cup. And how can we all pour into each other without being pitched, without being sold, and without any expectation? And he said, I'm in. Whatever you need, I'm in. I'm there. So that is how SHiNE came together and SHiNE came to be. And I looked at sponsors and I talked to sponsors and I was like, you know what? This isn't really aligning with what SHiNE's about. So we had no sponsors. Just a hope and a dream. And the people that needed to come, if you build it, they will come, right? Yep. So thank you all for coming. Woo! And thank you all. And thank you to Jen and Mindy. No, don't point to each other. Jen and Mindy, and Samantha and Velvet, and Strong Event, where all these things were coming together, and it was a hot mess, y'all. I look like I've got it together most of the time, but I'm a hot mess express. You can ask my son and my husband who are in the audience. But they all made it come together and brought the vision to life. And so that's what y'all have experienced today. So thank you for being here. So, what I wanted to talk about, and here's the other cool thing. None of our presentations, we didn't talk about what we were talking about. Normally, speakers come together and we're like, well, what are you talking about? We don't want to overlap. We don't want to step on each other, right? We all just trusted the process, knew each other so well, knew what the audience was, knew what the intention was, and we trusted. And what's crazy, if you've already noticed, from morning till all the way till now, they all complemented and intersected each other. And that's pretty cool. So it's very overwhelming. Because what I think is we are living in the loudest era of leadership we've ever seen. Everyone is posting. Everyone is branding. Everyone is crushing it. Trust feels fragile, and burnout is everywhere. And much of what looks powerful, to me, feels hollow. Does anybody else feel the same?
Yes.
I've always heard this said, the loudest person in the room is often the weakest. And it took me a long time to really sit with that. And it's not because they're incapable, it's not because they're unintelligent, but it's usually because loudness is compensation. What I've learned to recognize is noise appears when confidence isn't fully formed. When traction hasn't caught up to ambition, when validation is substituted for results, but real power doesn't have to announce itself. Real power moves quietly and it compounds. So if you've ever felt behind because you weren't the loudest, or you questioned yourself because you weren't performing success, you're probably not behind. You're probably building something real. There's a writer named David Brooks. Are y'all familiar with him? Some of you, yes. He talks about two mountains in life and in leadership that we climb. The first mountain is where most leadership journeys start. It's about achievement, it's about recognition, it's about the trophies, it's about the applause, building something impressive. You're proving yourself. The first mountain, though, is not wrong. That's where it builds skill. It builds your confidence. It builds momentum. And most people don't leave that first mountain because they fail. They leave because they've succeeded, and then they feel empty. They hit their goals. They get recognized. They build what others want, or what's perceived that others have. At some point, success stops asking, what can I build? I've been in rooms where the loudest voices dominate. I think we all have been, and that's exactly opposite of what we wanted to create at SHiNE. The quietest people quietest people often carry the responsibility. And in my opinion, the real leaders don't have to prove anything. They don't have time to prove it. I'm not interested in being the loudest in the room. I'm interested in being trusted. And I want to encourage all of us in here to do the same. Because that cascades out, and that compounds, and that's the impact. This changes how you build your dreams, changes how you speak, changes how you lead, how you show up. And credibility over visibility. So how I think about quiet power in practice. Quiet power leaders choose credibility over visibility, trust over trophies, depth over the noise, impact over ego. It took me a long time, a mentor that I highly respect, his name might be Renee Rodriguez, broke me down one time and said, you're in your head, you don't have to be an influencer to have influence. And that changed everything for me. It's not soft leadership, it's restrained leadership. And it's this restraint that is the strength. So if you've ever felt overwhelmed, behind, or intimidated, I want you to ask yourself this. Am I building something visible, or am I building something meaningful? Am I chasing ambition or attention, or am I earning trust? Am I forcing or aligning with whatever it is I'm doing? The things meant for you are not going to require you to drown to stay afloat. It might not be meant for you. You don't need to be the loudest to lead. You need to be grounded enough to stop performing. The second mountain is where you start building and leading and showing up and creating responsibility. It doesn't need the applause. You build that, and there's nothing wrong with that first mountain, right? I've been there, I've done that. I got the 10 icons. 11. I was number 1 in my summer brokerage. I've done things that nobody's ever done. I've won the trophies, they all collect us. That doesn't drive me anymore, and I thought it was burnout, and it was not burnout, it was transition. And I realized that is so needed on the first mountain. And some of you might be there now. But what's really cool about it is there's going to always be somebody behind you and somebody ahead of you. And I say this often, don't compare your chapter 1 to my chapter 20. Renee spoke about it earlier, the push and pull, which is so crazy that you even talked about that, because we didn't talk about that, but this is what I wanted to share too. You can pull people forward. It's so much more fun to win together. You don't have to push anybody down to get ahead. So I want to encourage you, wherever you are in your journey, and I want you to lead, build, gain confidence, learn from others, ask questions. Don't be the quiet one in the corner. Put yourself in rooms. If you're not in the right rooms, move rooms. If you're not in the right rooms, or you don't have the right rooms to move to, create them, just like we did here at SHiNE. Noise may gain attention. Quiet power is going to build legacy. I'm all about legacy. For my family, for my profession, for the people I'm surrounded by on a day-to-day basis in my business. You don't need to be louder to lead. You just need to be grounded enough to stop performing. And brave enough to choose the second mountain. I know we all have a lot of time on the stage today. We've talked about how time is your most valuable asset. So what I did not want to do is stand up here and just fill the time. I wanted to share what was on my heart and where I am in my journey right now, because it also is accountability for each of us. Bless you. I will be accountable to you. I hope you'll be accountable to me. We all build and grow something together and lead and be different as we walk out of this room than when we were before we walked in the room. The mountain is yours. And now is the time and the moment to take action. Decide which one you're going to conquer and how you can truly shine. And I will, from the bottom of my heart, I can tell you that I will be applauding each and every one of you. And I can't wait to see us scale whatever mountain that is together and shine in the days to come. Thank you for coming to SHiNE. And I also want to say thank you all. You have no idea how uncomfortable it is to see you all standing for me. Especially when I just said that you don't need the applause. But there are people that show up in your life, by the way, quiet leaders, like Renee said earlier, that when you see them, push them forward, pull them forward, and encourage them, because I had some quiet leaders help me make this happen. And you know who you are. ones that I didn't even have to ask. Those are the people in your world. You don't even have to ask, they just show up. They're in your corner. They say, how can I help? And they just jump. And even if you say, no, I've got this, they know that you're still locking arms and they're running the course with you. So have those people close to you. For all of you in here, thank you for being here. For those of you that have helped me make this happen and have encouraged and have shared and have brought people, I see you. I appreciate you. You're stuck with me. And I think we might have to do more of these in the future.
You guys want a group photo up on stage? Come on up. Come on up. Go on stage. Anybody on stage? Come on stage.
didn't get social and it's a lot of aha moments. It's a lot. Same thing. It's something good to have someone that I met and you are in that risk area, then you're getting it. Yeah, that's it. You got this together, yeah. Let's stay in touch and connected, and if you ever go on this side of the town, let's meet up and collaborations, whatever we need to do.
All right, one more.
Thank you. Thank you guys. Awesome.
Reply to my text with your name so I can save you.
Okay.
Like I know, I don't know who was it, so I just typed the number.
Save it right away. I sent them the link for it. Yeah, it's Friday. Yeah, Jasmine and I also did. More meeting.
Those sunglasses. Yeah, I got them. Thank you. See you guys hopefully next time. You guys have a safe trip, okay? Thank you.
Glad you came in? Everything else. Well, I was like, I was going to go Huggy! I'm a hugger. Was it worth? Was it worth it?